All right, if we waited a few more minutes, we would probably have a few more folks. There are going to be some folks joining us this morning. There's also quite a few folks who are launching this program with us who couldn't be here live and in person today. I know Webster County's got a few folks like that. I think Clinton County's person. So there's several that are going to be joining. So in case you wondered what you wandered into this morning, you've wandered into GRREC, the Green River Regional Educational Cooperative. We'll talk some about our mission and vision through the day, but this is one of our, we're titling this the GRREC Promise. We worked on this spring, and we came away, actually I give Scott Howard credit. Scott's in the back, former superintendent from Butler County Schools, and we were spending a day with Lou Young, chairperson of the Kentucky Board of Education, and one of my, I would say, my top 2 mentors in my career. And you need mentors in your career that even if you end up at a different district, you need to be able to reach back to those people, because once they're your mentor, they'll be that for your educational career. And I really appreciate having her. And so she came down and spent a whole day with us on our mission and vision as we kind of retooled that. I came here last summer. My name is Bart Fleener. I'm the executive director here at GRREC. I guess I can now officially say I'm in my 2nd year. I made it through year 1 as a new leader here, a transitioning leader. And so Lou came down and spent the day, and we came up with a mission. And instead of a vision, we came up with a promise and a, help me out on the last one.
Experience.
The GRREC experience, right? And that's it. We want to bring you premier services from people you trust. And the font on line 2 is bigger, larger in my opinion. That's just the way they sent it. And I was like, man, that says it just what we want. If you got to focus on something, we want you to go focus on people you trust. And in your leadership roles, being a person of trust is vital. Bringing those premier services is what we're going to try to do today. You are here as part of the GRREC Leadership Coaching Pilot Program. Pilot as in its infancy. This is day 1 of what we hope is year 1 of what we hope is many years to come of something that I'm extremely passionate about. You'll find that I can be passionate about a lot of things. My team will tell you that. But when I say I'm passionate about leadership and growing people, I feel like it maybe is the most important thing we do in education. And when I look back on a legacy, hopefully, that I will leave. What's up, Coach? Good to see you. When I look back on a legacy that I will leave, I hope it's that I was able to help grow people as people before me were able to help grow me. Okay? We have 5 individual coaches in the program, which I'll tell you about in a minute. But to tell you how important leadership and growth is to me and mentorship, 2 of my folks, in addition to Lou, are Steve Fromeyer and Denise Adams. And Steve Fromeyer and Denise Adams are going to be 2 of our individual coaches in our program this first year. You'll get to meet Steve live and in person today. Denise is returning from a trip to Boston, and I will share her biography with you today. By the end of the day, you'll get introduced to your individual coach. So we'll explain all those details later, but I just want to start with the fact that we couldn't be more excited to launch this program, and I'm so glad that you landed in it. Whether you got voluntold to be in it, or whether you got the opportunity presented to you and said, hey, I want that. I want leadership. I want to grow people. We're glad you're here. And I think it's providential that you landed here today. Our goal was, if you didn't know, we have 45 school districts in GRREC. And that's what you're looking at there. Hopefully your geography is solid. I won't make you do it, but I can come up and make you point out your county, okay? This is Science Hill. This is not the agricultural rows of a farm over in Pulaski County. That's part of our roof here at GRREC. This is a drone shot of GRREC, and we're just trying to tie together that this place, this institution, fits with bringing premier services from people you trust. Where do I point? Oh, there it is. It's advancing here, but not advancing on the screen. It was a great segue, I promise. I was about to segue to slide 2, which shows you all your logos, and you'd be like, oh, there we are. But John's going to fix it. It's John Strode, technology guru here at GRREC, also our facilities director. He's going to make all things right. There you are. So that might help you. If you were struggling with a map to find yourself, You ought to be able to find yourself now. This is going to go on the wall in full effect out here later this summer before our September 1st superintendent's meeting at GRREC. But we have 53 high schools in the, 54 high schools in the GRREC region. Now, if you're at a middle school or elementary, I'm sorry, or at an alternative school, I'm sorry your school didn't make the map, and it would have gotten real busy then. We're starting from Bowling Green. We got the H in there from Bowling Green High. It's surrounded by the Warren County, surrounded by GRREC and Western. We got you surrounded. So hopefully you can find your district. And as you start to meet people today, you will start to know your cohorts and colleagues in here. The goal was that we offered one slot to every district. We said we got one spot for you in year one, 45 people. When the deadline came and went, we sent it back out and said, got some openings. My friend Rhonda in Webster County said, Bart, I got 8. Can you take them all? I said, sure. We would gladly take the Trojans. So, in a couple of you are sitting together today with folks from your district. Coach Smith, I got 3. I got 3 brand new. I don't know if you're all brand new. Oh, okay, yeah. So you're a veteran, man. You're a veteran leader. So in some cases you may see multiple folks. We got 2 Green Wave. I don't know, is it plural Green Waves, or you still stick with Green Wave? I don't know. We got 2 Green Wave in the house. We got a couple of McLean County Cougars who are willing to move from the back row to the front row. I'll tell Tommy Burrows, I appreciate your adaptability. So I'm going to go super fast for about 30 minutes, and I'm going to try to set the stage of what we're doing, and most importantly, why we're doing it. I'm going to cover a lot of topics. You don't have to try to write it all down. At the end of the day, we're going to share this whole presentation with you so you can go back and grab all the things you want to grab from it and see those things again. Maybe you should just stay here for a bit. The next slide says, be where your feet are. We actually need to update it because I think Kelly has added some things. I like to refresh the, oh, there we go. Do I need, if you show me how to do that, I won't make you keep moving back from the front to the back unless. You know it's going to work, right? This is how technology goes. I can click right here to my. Well, it's good. This is a good place to be while John's fixing that. Those were my feet. I usually don't show people pictures of my feet, but we're all friends here, so I felt comfortable in doing that. We're going to offer you a bunch of choices of books at the end of the day. Don't panic. We're not going to make you read 6 books. What we're going to do is we're going to model good teaching. We're going to give you student choice. We're going to overview these books today. At the end of the day, you're going to get to choose one. We're going to buy that book for you and send it to you, and you're going to get to do with it to your heart's content, okay? So one of the books is Be Where Your Feet Are. I read this on vacation. It was very what is that where they say literally or whatever, where things fit together. So I was at the beach with my wife enjoying a week away. My team doesn't think I can relax, but honestly, when I get here, I'm in completely different. I can turn it off, I promise. But I like reading. That's actually relaxing to me. So in the morning, I would read some professional stuff or leadership stuff. In the afternoon, I'd read a fiction book. And so when I finished Be Where Your Feet Are, I told Candy, my best friend and spouse of now 30 years. We celebrated our 30-year anniversary on vacation last week. I don't know, it seems like so long ago now. When you're there, it seems like it's going to last forever. And then, I think, what's today? We were there 2 Mondays ago, I promise. It seems so long ago. I said, get my picture. I want to kind of put this all together. Be where your feet are. You can't read the top, but it says 7 principles to keep you present, grounded, and thriving. As a leader, that's one of the things you're going to need to do is try to be where your feet are, especially when you go home at night. We take work to home. Sometimes we take home to work. I get it. That makes sense too. We do. But sometimes we take work to home and we sacrifice our families in the process of being a great leader for our school district. And I would just please ask you to be aware of that and not to succumb to that pressure to do that. Or you will burn out as a leader, or you'll look back with regrets. Part of this book also details a leadership constitution. I'm giving you the due date now, again, so you won't panic. But next May 31st, you will send in your leadership constitution. We're going to tell you about it today. I'll just preview a little bit of it right now. And then next June 9th of 2022, you're going to see all these dates in the presentation. Next June 9th of 2022, we'll come back to this room, and you will, as part of your graduation ceremony, get to present your leadership constitution to a small group of friends, and we'll have them up around the room, and then you'll get to take that back with you and put it on your wall if you'd like to do that. Leadership constitution is pretty simple. It's got two parts. First part says, you got to grab the wording. Second part says you can count on me. Oh, first part says, I declare that I am. And in 100 words or less, you're going to declare that you are these things. It can be sentences. It can be bullets. One of the things I know will fit in mine is I declare that I am passionate about leadership growth and team development, and I will put that in there somewhere. And then the second part of it is you can count on me to, and in 100 words or less, you're going to put on the things you can count on me to be. And you're going to have accountability friends that will call you if you try to put something that you are not. If I try to put, you can count on me to be patient at all times, Coach Carter will call me on it and be like, no, we can't. You go a million miles an hour, man, you're not patient. And that's fine, because you can't be all things to all people. But I promise that Diane, in her role as Transportation Director of Webster County Schools, somewhere in one of those two paragraphs, I can almost bet that she'll have something about you can count on me to be responsible for the safety of, whatever, students, teachers. It'll show up, okay? And you've got to decide who you declare yourself to be as a leader and what people can count on you for. It can't be the leader you worked under. You can't be just like DG or whoever, whatever leaders you've worked with. You can't be him. You can learn things from him, but you can't be him. You got to be you and your leadership journey. I'm trying. It's changing here. Escape, present. I'll just escape, present for a while. The Golden Circle from Simon Sinek. And I've got a hook coming in like 9:05 or something, so I'm going to try to roll here. Here we go. The Golden Circle is from Simon Sinek. The book is called Start With Why. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of the book. You don't have to say you read it. You can act like you read it if you want. Simon Sinek wrote, Start With Why. And that's what we always try to do here at GRREC. And it's what you should do in your leadership journey. Start with why. You notice that the why is the smallest circle, but it's in the center. And if you don't go there first, so many people are worried about what? You as a new leader might be worried about what you got to do on your list and all those things. And then you think about how you're going to get it done. And then maybe eventually you'll come to why you're doing it. It's got to go the other way. You got to start on the inner circle and start with why. Very few organizations know why they do what they do. That's kind of crazy. Why can't be about, it's not about making money, that's a result. Why is a purpose, a cause, a belief. It's the reason your organization exists, or in this case, it's the reason you as a leader exist for your organization. Start with why. How are you going to do things? These are the things that make you special, set you apart. The separators, as we call them. How we do things. I'm a coach I'm an educator starting my 32nd year. I was trying to figure that out on my way up here this morning. 2 years as a graduate assistant. 27 years as a teacher. That's 29. And 2 years at Lexington Catholic as an educator and coach. That's 31. So I guess I'm starting year 32. There are things we believe as a coach that how we do things separates us. How we practice will separate us from the rest of the teams we play on our schedule, right? Whatever that is. So whatever your how is, that's going to come out. And then you'll figure out what you're going to actually do to execute how you're trying to do what you do because of why you exist. So go that way instead of the other way, okay? I'll use Diane as a reference again. We were talking about, I got to be the transportation director in Murray for 3 years as assistant superintendent there. And I'm so glad. I wasn't fired up about that, how you get a list of things you do, right? Smaller schools, you get more hats to wear. So Murray, Mr. Rogers said, yeah, you're my assistant superintendent, I also need you to be transportation director and this and that, and Title IX. Okay. And it was a very responsibility-filled 3 years. But I learned a lot of things in my leadership journey there. Diane was sharing that this morning. The what for her is how the routes work and who gets there and all that. And the how may be that drivers maybe they do get seniority, or maybe she puts her most senior drivers on the most difficult routes because they can handle it better. Just like you might do with your best teachers teaching the most challenging students. You can make that choice. That could be your how. But her why she does what she does is to build a team of people that feel good, passionate, trained, and skilled to get the students of Webster County to and from, not only safely, I'm not saying it's a given, that's the very first priority, but also feeling good about their journeys, literally and figuratively, on the way to school and on the way home. That they get a great first touch in the morning from a driver that says, how you doing? Great to see you. And blesses them in the afternoon. That's the first and last touch a student gets, right? So, I know that may be going into more detail than you want, but I'm trying to get you to think about where you fit in your journey. All right, so we've hopefully set the why. This is more about the what. What are we doing today? For those of you like me that like to see the practice schedule, here it is. 8:30, 9:15 is me. They told me 9:05 because they knew I'd go over. 9:15 to 10, Chase Golf. I got a fabulous team. I'll show you their names in just a minute, but I'll talk about them in a minute. Organization systems, part 1, GRREC. GTD workflow map is called Getting Things Done. It's a very particular organization system. You can choose to dive into it deep after you hear about it today, or you can say, I've got my system, it works this way, that's fine. We want to talk about the power of organization systems. Having one that you feel like you can be effective in so you can be engaged in the things you need to be engaged in and not scrambling all the time. Right before lunch, Kelly Thompson will start with communication strategies. We'll have lunch from 11:30 to 12:15. We'll introduce your coaches during that time. 12:15 to 1:15. We'll follow up with communication part 2, specifically how to have a crucial conversation with someone. An uncomfortable conversation, a tough conversation. If you're a leader, I don't know if you knew you signed up for that, but you did. And you're not doing your job as a leader if you're not willing to have those. And I'm in my 32nd year, I still avoid them when I can. I know that's not right, but I'm just being transparent, honest, and vulnerable with you today. I still would rather avoid them than have them. But I'm not helping me, I'm not helping the organization. Most people, I'm not helping grow Will as a leader if I'm not willing to have, if Kirby Smith's not willing to have uncomfortable conversations. There's a way to do it that can be, we'll talk about it later about how it gets done. But that's something we're going to do after lunch. Take a break, we'll come back. We've got our resiliency team. This subject is so important. We have 4 people on our resiliency team. Linda, Sherlyn, Bobby, Grace will bring you resiliency tools. This is a presentation. They're getting ready to do a KSA in 2 or 3 weeks. So they're getting a dry run today. Plus, if you're at KSA in 2 or 3 weeks, want to hear it again, you go back and see round 2. It's like a movie. You want to see it so good you want to see it twice. And then we're also going to give you an energy inventory that's a personal inventory for you to kind of check on your energy, what gives you energy, what drains your energy, and how you can maintain as a leader. Because Kelly, I know your first year last year, which was what a crazy first year to be a middle school principal, and then Will, you were, there you go. So, but you know that your energy can get super drained through the year. And if everybody just says, well, I just got to get it all done, but you're not as effective. Eventually you burn out, and you're not even good at all to anybody. You, your team, your family, whatever. So they're going to talk about resiliency, and they're going to let you do an energy inventory that will be an important tool for you, we believe, this year. At the end, we'll do reflection of the day. You'll fill out an evaluation. We'll go over the books. In that reflection is when you'll get to choose your book this afternoon, right? During the evaluation. And then you will meet your coaches and just go over with them when the first contact might be in August. John, the only way I'm advancing is doing it this way. Sorry.
I'm gonna swap out laptops here, just when we get to a stopping point.
So what do you get this year? Let's do the what. You get 10 touches, okay? Today is touch 1. June 9th next year, June 9th, 2022 is touch 10. That's the only 2 touches that'll be physically here at GRREC, okay? So that might also make you breathe a little easier. You're like, whew, I'm a leader and I gotta do this, I gotta go over here 10 times. No, you come over here twice. You've already come today, you'll come next June 9th. So the other touches are all either Zoom trainings or coaching contacts, okay? The Zoom trainings, they will be in September, November, February, and April. We'll give you specific dates today. You'll be able to put those in your calendar. They will be on Fridays. I think we did them like the second or third Friday of the month, and they'll be from 9 to 10 Central Time, correct? Is that what we said? I know that's 10 to 11 for you Eastern Standard Time folks. Hopefully, if you got to be in the lunchroom, you can get a little coverage before 11 o'clock that day. It's just 4 Zooms. It's just an hour. And it's not new topics. One of the things as we were forming this program that Chase suggested I really like is we circle back. So we're not like constantly flooding you with new stuff, we circle back. So Chase is going to do the organization system presentation today. Kelly's going to lead the communication strategies one. Linda and her team are going to do the resiliency one. The Zooms will actually just be a review of each of those 3 topics. So our September Zoom will be about your organization system. Our November Zoom will be about communication strategies. Our February Zoom will be about resiliency tools. Our April Zoom will be about finishing the year strong, wrapping it up, things you need to, loose ends you need to tie up. And then in between, you'll get individual coaching contacts. Our individual coaches will introduce them to you at lunch. That's the team. They'll take about 8 or 9 or 10 of you each. They will call you in August. Probably ask you to have your PGP kind of ready when they call you so that they can say, what are some big rocks for you this year as we go into the year? They will follow up with a call in October. They'll talk about the September Zoom, and then they'll hit you with any stuff you want to talk about. They'll, in January, actually come to your site and visit you for an hour or 2. You'll be able to schedule that with them. We're calling that the halftime talk. You go to the locker room and say, all right, it's halftime, what went well in the first half? What adjustments do we need to make in half number 2 to finish this thing right? And they'll get to see you in your element and actually visit you and pour into you a little bit. March, they'll call you again. May, they'll call you, and probably in May, not that they won't have mentioned it before then, they'll be asking you about that leadership constitution, right? Through the year, we're hoping you start to think about, I declare that I am. Hopefully you're thinking about that through the year, and you'll be able to share that with them and some accountability friends. And then you can count on me too, and you'll, again, ready that for June 9th. Resources are the books, all the stuff you're going to get today in your packet that we feel like will be very helpful. So the 10 touches, today is 1. August coach call is 2. September Zoom is 3. You kind of get the pattern, right? And number 10 is next June 9th. Everybody, that makes sense as we lay that out? So hopefully you feel good. You're going to have contact. You're not going to be overwhelmed. You're not going to be driving back and forth all the time. You got all this stuff. One of the things we learned in COVID is that Zoom can be effective. And we get tired of it. I think we all got tired of it. But we figured out they can be effective. And Jennifer doesn't have to leave Metcalf County Middle School and drive to GRREC on these 4 Fridays and be stressed about what she's leaving in the building. She can lock her office, put the sign on the door that says, do not disturb. No, I really mean do not disturb. I really mean it. And then get in that Zoom for an hour and then get back in and engage in her school or whatever the case may be. Kelly, get the presentation up. What's the next? After we talked about the people, we introduced the team. Got it. Those pictures are kind of important before we do that. John is fast. You could work on a NASCAR pit crew, John. If you weren't here at GRREC, you could be on the crew. You change that tire in 15 seconds. Wow. All right, I'm going to show you I'm going to do this first, and I'll show you 2 pictures. These are 2 opposite quotes about perspective, how they apply to you as a leader. You've heard this before, right? You ever heard anybody say they can't see the forest for the trees? They're too locked in on individual details and things, and they can't see the big picture, right? I'm the opposite of that. Sometimes I'm really big picture, and I love to look at the forest, but the individual details of each tree and what we got to attend to and what I need to be discerning about and get in order, that's why I'm still scrambling to add slides at 8:15 this morning and recruiting team members to help. And I really like the big picture. I'm not as good. I don't say I can't do details. I can do them if you pin me down and make me do them. But I really think in big picture topics. Either one of these are, you got to be both these at times. I will show you two pictures. And then you can kind of answer this question to yourself. We might even ask you to reflect on it in your triumvirate when we get you to meet here in a minute. I don't know about you guys, I love looking out my window. I bribe Candy, let me sit in the aisle, the window seat. I'm a geography, social studies, math person. I love looking at the bird's eye view and trying to pick out football stadiums and tracks. And usually I can identify baseball. I usually identify schools when I'm in the airplane flying over. I'm like, oh, that's school right there. You can see the buses, and I don't know, that's what I pick out. But flying over, I believe this would be Central Park in New York City, okay? Forest in the middle. I didn't mean to put that in as a pun, but you can go with that if you want, okay? And then there we are. Just pretend, for the sake of visual exhilaration this morning, that that's New York City, which it is, and this is New York City on the ground. I don't really know what this is New York City, but just work with me. Different perspectives, right? Before you became a leader, we're going to talk about our categories of leader in just a minute, different categories of leaders that you might fit in. Before you became a leader, you might have been on a team that saw things from this perspective, right? Rachel's a teacher now. She's got a bunch of her colleagues at, that's not Lee Grand, you are. You're Lee Grand, yes. Rachel's at Lee Grand in Hart County, home of the Cardinals, and she's got a bunch of colleagues, right? And they see things from the ground level. Now, I'm not discounting your perspective. I'm saying it's a different perspective. If you become the principal of Lee Grand next year, go to be a something or a leader, right? You start to see things from a different level. How many of you have made that transition? Kelly, you made it last year, but you realize that, man, I gotta see things from a different perspective now, right? Ken, you've done that in your transition from, most of us started as teachers, some of us started in different roles, but now at this point you're either an aspiring, a new, transitioning, or a returning leader, and you realize you got to see things a little differently. So think about this and just kind of put that in your mind today as you turn things over about leadership, about where it's time to see things from, which lens I'm going to look through. 5 leadership thoughts. It's about action, not position. We've all been on teams where the head coach wasn't the leader, it was really the so-and-so, right? Whether you've been on a sports team or some other team or a school team, and it's about action, not position. Anyone can do it anytime and anywhere, so whether you're an official leader yet or not, you can do leadership. You are doing leadership. It starts with you, but it must engage others. I'm very guilty of this picture, this cartoon right here. I don't know if you can see it or not. You probably can't read the words at the bottom. The leader's on one side of the chasm saying, come on, everybody, let's do it. This way, we're going this way. And I get excited about an idea, and I'm like, let's do this. And I look back, and my people are in a completely different place. Right? It's going to happen because you've been thinking about this all summer. You've been thinking about where you want to go and where you want to take them. And then they're back here. And you look back and you're like, oh, crap, they're not with me. And if nobody's following you, you're probably not leading very far or very well. But I can get excited and forget that I got to engage others along the way and bring them with me in this journey. Your purpose must be clear. People will not follow you if you don't have a why. If you don't start with why, they're not going to follow you. And you have to be clear. We're going to talk about KFC communication later. You'll see a little KFC logo. That's not Kentucky Fried Chicken in this case. It's kind, fair, and clear. You got to be kind, fair, and clear in your communications with people. But clear might be the most important one. Because if they don't have clarity, why would I follow you if I'm not sure what you're even talking about? And you haven't shown me where we're going to go. And last but not least, it's risky. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're either thinking about being a leader. I'm glad you are a leader. But if you say it's not risky, you are incorrect. I'll talk about that later when I get to resiliency. We've got about 2 minutes of this video. It's from Marty Linsky. He and, it's my other guy's name on your leadership edge. Is that green book back there somewhere? Marty and who? It's from...
Ed O'Malley?
Yes, okay. They work out of Harvard. Sorry for the VRBO commercial. I know it makes you want to go back on vacation. John, I'm being very patient through our technology struggles this morning. It got to one, so I had to hit skip ahead, segue right into. So Marty's going to talk about what makes leadership risky. He's got a Boston Red Sox hat on. Forgive him for that. Or if you're a Red Sox fan, then you can cheer or whatever. Yes. Make that game.
My name is Marty Linsky. I've been teaching at the Harvard Kennedy School for 35 years. Most of the last 2 decades I've been teaching about leadership. I've written about leadership, I've thought about it, I've talked to lots and lots of people about exercising leadership. And one of the ongoing questions that I've had is, why don't we, and I say we, you and I, why don't we exercise leadership more often than we do? And here's kind of my current thinking about that. I think leadership is a dangerous activity, and I think that's why we don't exercise leadership more often than we do. Now, what makes it dangerous? What makes it risky? It's the difference between telling people what they want to hear and telling people what they need to hear. And that difference, that moment when you're feeling that there's something people need to hear, but it's not what they want to hear. Those are moments that are leadership opportunities. And what happens when you do that is you get pushback. I don't think you ever can know you're exercising leadership unless you're meeting resistance. And most of us don't get up in the morning wondering how we can piss people off today. Most of us get up in the morning asking ourselves how we can make the people who love us even more than they did yesterday.
I'll pause it there. He goes on to say that leadership is about disappointing people to a level they can bear. He also talks about leadership is about speaking to the loss that people will endure because you're asking them to, what is it nobody really likes so much, or we think that people don't like change, right? You're probably asking them to change something. If you're a new leader, you're probably going to do things somewhat different than before. That's only human nature, and that's you. You've got to be that leader, and you've got to figure out, and I'm guilty at times of trying to make all the changes all at once. And that's caused me to have failure as a leader on a couple of occasions. I don't know if I've learned from it or not. I'd like to think I have, but I'm capable of going really, really fast. But you got to only disappoint people to the level they can bear. And Kelly will talk about in communication, when we talk about uncomfortable conversations today, that you don't wake up in the morning, right, looking to see how you can piss people off. There are those leaders. I hope you're not one of them, because I don't enjoy those leaders. I don't want to work for them. I don't want to play for them. We use a Bobby Knight reference, but you think about how he coached in the last century and how that would work with kids today in 2021. It just wouldn't. It doesn't. It won't. And kids today are, I can say this now because I'm in the second half of my century of living, Lord willing. And so I can say these kids today, even as your teachers and you're leading them or your bus drivers or whatever, they don't want to be coached that way. But you still got to figure out how to be willing to say the things you need to say instead of telling them what they want to hear. You got to tell them what they need to hear. And that is a big challenge of leadership. And it is risky. And what you're risking, among other things, is the loss of some friendships. That's just one of the things you're risking, right? Diana, I'm sorry if I'm picking on you this morning. Were you a driver at some point before you became transportation director?
For 18 years.
Driver for 18 years. You still got friends that you were your friends, and now you're their supervisor. That's keeping it real, people, right there.
We're tired of it.
Got it. No, I got you. They've transitioned. Let's just say they've transitioned. How about that? That's a soft, nice word. They've transitioned to other opportunities, okay, is what they've done. Leadership is risky because you're going to risk losing friendships. You're going to, maybe you go to a new district, you take a new job, well, somebody happens to want that job too. And I'll tell you this, it's not like a lot of people are lining up for your leadership roles right now, I can tell you that. It's not like they used to, maybe there were 10 people on that job, now people are trying to find people to take this on. And that's another reason why I think this program is so vital, because district leaders are looking for people who are willing to lead. It's easier not to. How much harder is it to get somebody to coach these days than it was in the last century, right? You were lining up to coach then, now you're going to beg people, would you please coach it? Coach, I don't want to do that. I don't think we're going to, people hate to coach or whatever, right? Can't get beat, it's crazy. So leadership is risky, and it's not like people are lining up for it, but maybe you've gone to a new district, or maybe you've taken a job, and maybe somebody else wanted that job actually, and you got it. Well, now that's risky, right? You've got to deal with that relationship and how to work through that. And it's risky because you are putting yourself out there. And when you put yourself out there, you can get out on a limb and it can be sawed off behind you. I speak from personal experience in my leadership journey. But you still got to go back out on the limb. Now you got to learn some things next time about how to balance your weight, how to get out on the limb and safe, and make sure somebody's coming with you maybe more, take the time to engage others better, but it's still there. So I'm glad, but I just want to keep it real and let you know that leadership is risky. If you didn't know that already, it's a lesson I hope you learned this year. Categories of leaders in our program. If you're an aspiring leader, raise your hand. If you're an aspiring leader, I know Rachel's a teacher on the 4th grade team. She aspires to be a leader in Hart County. Aspiring leader, Carrie from Muhlenberg County. If you are a new leader, this is your first year in a brand new leadership role, raise your hand. Awesome. Congratulations. And we feel for you, and we're going to help you through this. But it's a great decision. I'll give you my reflections in a minute, but I'm so glad you've chosen to take this on. You didn't have to take it on. I'm glad you did. How many of you are a transitioning leader? You've been a leader in a role, now you're going to something different. Randy, do you care to kind of share yours real quick? What's yours?
So previously I was the elementary principal for 6 years, and now I'm moving to that position with Henderson County Schools.
You're going to be so sad come back August 20th because you don't have any kids to go make you smile. You're going to have to leave the central office and go to the school. I promise you that. You're going to miss students. You're like, what am I doing? I thought that when I came to GRREC last summer, because I didn't have any teachers. I heard they didn't have any students. I was way removed from the equation. What am I doing here? But it's okay. You'll make it through it. And there'll be some times when you're glad. You'd be like a grandparent. You go see the kids in the moment. You get tired of it. You just say, hey, I'll take care of them. I'm going back to central office. Great seeing y'all. It's a good feeling. But transition leaders have to go through things. I mean, if you're a returning leader, you were in this position last year with Kelly. All right, great. So maybe in your second, maybe third, maybe somewhere down the road, but you are refining leadership things that you've learned. And we went through a COVID year, so that was a totally different year than anything we've ever gone through. what category have I missed? Like somebody say, oh yeah, what would I qualify as? I just thought when I made these categories, first I was feeling good, I thought they were all encompassing, but then I said, somebody's gonna have something that doesn't fit in here. Oh, what? All right, we're going with aspiring, new, transitioning, returning. We'll come up with an acronym for that at some point. But leadership reflections. I got 1 minute, and now I suppose we got to do the introductions of each other still. So I'll hit these quick. It seems very glamorous from the other side, but that is a myth, y'all. Like we're in the teacher role. You see the principal, like it seems so glamorous. They're going to conferences and stuff, and they're doing the blah, blah, blah. And they're having meetings and high-level meetings at the central office. And you get in the role, you're like, oh man, that's quite as glamorous as there's a lot of stuff that comes with this, okay? So just get ready. Failure would likely be part of your leadership journey. Don't be surprised. Share that with you later. Chase will probably talk more about this, but you got more freedom in your new role as a leader and choices about your time, right? As a teacher, as a driver, your time is very controlled. You've got to be on the bus from 6:30 to 8. You've got to be on the bus from 2 to 3:30. There's nothing else. What you do. You become a leader. Jennifer, I don't know where you're transitioning from, but especially if you're going from a teacher, you got time in your day. You're like, whoa, the bell rang. I didn't have to run to my class and wait for the students to come in. After my planning period. And all of a sudden you got like freedom, so you can start paying attention to lots of things. Well, that can be great. It can also be really bad because you can be sitting there being like, nobody's telling you what to pay attention to, right? And you can find yourself down some really weird rabbit holes, like, well, why did I spend 4 hours today on the lunchroom schedule for the second grade? What was I thinking? So you just got to be able to be thinking about that. We said you got to be a leader. You can't be a copy of a leader you've known. It will become your legacy as an educator. And the moments I look back on the most pride in my educational career for people that I saw grow. Like just growth. I love it. I don't have time to tell any of these stories right now, but these are 3 of mine. That was a guy that played for me at Glasgow and as a teacher at Marion County and assistant coach. Samantha was a lady that played for me at Asbury when I was a women's basketball coach at Asbury University. Watching her grow, sat on the bench for 3 years. She had been a quote star in high school from her small high school. Got there and sat for 3 years, debated multiple times whether she should just transition out of basketball. Stuck in there and then became a starter in her 4th year and grow and just watch her I'm just still have pride about her. Cameron, a leader, you guys may know him. He's now the DPP in Fleming County. Came to Russellville when I became superintendent there in 2017 as assistant principal, transitioned to middle school principal. Cameron's a Campbellsville Eagle back in the day. That's where he started. And he's now at a DPP at Fleming County. But my small part in growing those people, that's what I'm going to look back on when I sat, on the back porch and look back on my career. It's going to be people that I helped grow and watch them flourish and like that. Last one is simply you got to be brave or at least act like it. Those are some reflections. All right. We're almost to Chase's part, but we haven't heard from you yet. So, this is again modeling the way so that if you want to use these, you can order these and do them with any group you want to do anything with. They're not necessarily super light, but they're certainly good for reflection. If you open your folder, you have a card. Well, Allie, welcome Allie. Allie is the junior achievement president of this area. And as I started developing this leadership program, I was like, this is not just education, this is leadership, right? So I invited her to join us from the business world, and she's going to kind of take a look at that this year and see how it goes. And so welcome you. Allie's got a purple card. Her purple card has a question on the back. We won't make you do the stretch. There's like a stretch on there. We're not that, I know I showed you my feet in a picture, but we're not that comfortable yet. We're going to make you do the stretch or whatever and look for other people doing that. So we're just going to go with the color. So Allie's purple. So in a minute when I say find your triumvirate, I hope that's the right word. That's 3 people, right? Is that a triumvirate? That's what I'm going with. You're going to form a triumvirate. That sounds like a corporation or some countries getting ready to go to war. And Allie's going to find a blue teammate and a green teammate. And they're going to rotate those questions around real quick. The purple ones are like self-reflection. The green ones are fun and light, and then the blue ones are deep. So sorry if you got to answer the deep question. But Allie will get with Rachel, who's green, and Sarah, who's blue, and Allie will actually read the purple question and answer it for herself. She was like, well, mine's this, and here it is. And they'll meet each other. You'll ask their role, you'll get their name, and you'll ask their role, and then you'll answer the question. And then you all will pick one of the three questions. I don't know that we'll have time for it now, but we can circle back to it later, that you wouldn't mind sharing the answer. It's somehow related to leadership in some way. I mean, we can tie almost anything to leadership. That's why the program is so broad. I'm glad Chase said, let's focus on three strands, the organization, the communication, the resiliency. But this morning, as you answer those, get to know each other's name, their role, school district, if you can remember that. And then when they answer the question, pick one of the three questions and say, if they make a share, let's share that. But the only rule is, if it was Sarah's answer, and I say, all right, I want to hear from this group, I want y'all to share out one of your answers. And they're like, okay, we're going to share Sarah's. Sarah can't share it. One of her two teammates got to share her answer for her. Everybody's good on all that? Chase, 5 minutes. We start the clock right now, so it's going to have to be quick. If you're short of, we don't want to leave anybody out. We're trying to be very inclusive. So if you're walking around and you don't have two other people in your triumvirate, we got coaches in the back that can grab a card and form up a triumvirate with you. Make it happen. 5 minutes. Go. We actually have people. She said it's at me with the wrong yellow. She's a group of 3 people who come together to form a power, like the whole power. So that's you, your leaders. And you got your triumvirates and your 3 different leaders. And I heard you sharing stories with each other and answering questions. Kim got the question. You share yours, Coach Garber?
What is difficult for you now that was easy as a child? Am I answer?
Yes. Sorry, I know we're supposed to. Well, I could say it where you share Kim's answer and make fun of him while you're doing it for him.
Pretty much any type of physical activity.
Yeah. I mean, we run around as a kid for like hours at a time. No shoes. Now I'm like, I got to get the right support in my shoes. I got to do this. My knees are still going to hurt really bad the next day if I do anything. It's not the same, is it? What was easy has become difficult. But there are some things that were difficult that have become easier. And Ken also referenced that when we were talking about having uncomfortable conversations with people. He told me what his role was. I said, you got to have hard talks with people sometime, right? He supervised the custodians at Univers County High School. They just made a move. Now they're going back to one building. They spent the summer moving. I don't know if they had time to have any uncomfortable conversations. At some point this year, he'll have an uncomfortable conversation with one of his custodians. And he said that was hard, super hard at first, but it's gotten easier over time, and it will for you as well. But it's never easy. When it starts being easy to have those, you might be in the wrong profession. You might get out. It should be easy, but they're vital and crucial, as we'll talk about. These are called We Connect cards. You get the idea if you want to order a box. I think it'd be great. I carry them around whenever I'm doing trainings. It's a great way for people to just get to know each other. We don't do the stretching part too much, but sometimes we'll do that after a break. Hey, come back in, stand up, and do your card. You'll be looking around the room. It'll be like Karate Kid stuff will be going on. All kinds of things. All right, I think I'm transitioning, right? Is this me? It still works. Am I handing it off? When I said we wanted to do this pilot program, we were going to try to make it like super infused and hire somebody to be the coaching coordinator at GRREC, and that would be their actual role. And then we decided with the districts for the first year, let's pilot it. And I said, okay, that's fine. I would love to lead it, but I got to get some team members to help me because I can't pull it off. So our first one is going to help us this year. If you saw the list of folks earlier, is Chase Goff. Chase has just joined our team. He is the new CRREC team director for GRREC. That's so many acronyms, I can't even get them all out. He can tell you about that, but basically we formed a team through KDE's help. They've given us some money, along with the other co-ops. We formed a team to help schools with pandemic recovery. Anything from how you're doing interventions to how you're doing social emotional learning with your kids coming back and going forward. And he's directing that team of 5 folks. They are launching their efforts like right now. But as a side gig, he got voluntold to join the GRREC coaching leadership team because I've watched him as a leader grow from a teacher, a special education teacher, to principal of my dear old alma mater, the Vernon Colonels, and then move on to Nelson County. And I can't remember all the titles he had in Nelson County. He's like you all, he had like 6 or 7 different titles. They transitioned, all that. I'll let him tell you all that. But we were glad to have him join us from the Nelson County Schools. And he's going to talk about organization systems. 2 parts, he'll lay all that out. But we think it's important for you as a leader to be known for your organization and your strength in that area. And he'll talk about some general stuff. And we're going to give you after the break a very specific one that I use and he uses. And we didn't know that both of us had read this book and used it until we started talking this spring. And I was like, oh, you're a GTDer? He's like, yeah, man, we use GTD. So we were like a little, it's like a little, I don't know, fraternity. When we got together, we talked about GTD, and everything. It's just one more acronym for it. So he'll hit that in detail after the break. I'll bring you Chase up.
All right, thank you guys. Can you hear me all right? Very good. So, I'll tell you a little bit about kind of my background and my story and why this matters. For me, when I got out of college, I had no idea what I wanted to do. I was one of those people, like I had like 6 majors in college. Got out of college, didn't know what I wanted to do. I started working at a church here in Bowling Green, and then I started coaching, realized I loved being with kids and loved coaching, and so I decided to be a special education teacher. I was one of those transitional folks, so when I walked in the first day of special education teaching, and they're talking about IEPs and all these acronyms, I was lost very, very quickly. But the good news, well, it wasn't good news, I guess, for me, but what happened where I was teaching at Warren Central, and we had some leadership transitions, and sometimes like when you're willing to do things, you end up taking on more stuff, and I was young and dumb, and so I started taking on things, and at one point I was the building assessment coordinator, and I was the academic interventionist, and I was CCR coach, and I was teaching a class of special education and the department head for that, and then I became the athletic director for high school, which is in and of itself maybe the most time-consuming job that I've been in. And I realized very quickly that I was completely overwhelmed. Also at the same time, or roughly the same time, I had a kid. So I had a newborn in the house and had been, trying to work through all of these things while also having a newborn. And so I started trying to think about systems because I had to think about systems, right? And I would encourage no one to follow the same trajectory. One of the things that I'm going to tell you, you'll see this book called Essentialism. That's one of the books that you have a choice of. The word no is a powerful word, and it's a word that you have to give yourself permission to say. Sometimes you need to give yourself permission to say it. And but I was really bad at it. So then I decided to transition to be the principal of Caverna High School. Caverna High School was a very small school, but when I got there, we were in state assistance. The district was in state assistance, and I did not have an assistant principal. I did not have an instructional coach. I had a part-time counselor, and she was great, but I didn't have a lot of support or help. And we were a school in assistance. We were, at the time that I started, we were 223 out of 223 in GAP scores in the state. We were 217 out of 223 in achievement scores. We didn't get there by accident when I arrived. It wasn't by accident. So we had a lot of work to do, and I was very, very fortunate and very blessed to lead a great team of teachers and people that were committed to vision. And we ended up doing some really powerful work there that I'm really proud of. But I had to have some systems. That was the point, because I didn't have people. I didn't have a wealth of people. One of the things that I've learned in my journey is sometimes we overhire, and because we overhire, we're allowed to not have systems because we have so many people that we don't have to have really functional systems. And it's not a knock on districts or anybody else. I've been guilty of it myself, but I knew I had to have it. And then I transitioned to Nelson County in an assistant superintendent type role, and was overseeing lots of strange things, and overseeing all the academic side of stuff, and our superintendent was trying to really radically rethink the way that school was done. And then we had some transitions at our central office, and then COVID-19 happened. March 13th, 2020 was a day of reckoning, right? Everybody probably has their own story of that, and it's going to be 2 weeks, and then it transitioned now into a year plus. And so, at the time, July 1st, I transitioned to this operational role. The lady that was doing that transitioned to be the principal of Marshall County High School. When I started on July 1st, we didn't have a single school nurse hired. Okay, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We're about to start school, presumably in 5 weeks, and we had 0 healthcare professionals. And we had 0 kind of processes on how to handle the whole health side of things. So again, systems became this crucial thing. And for me, if I had to say I had an abiding passion of my life, here it is. I want leaders, particularly school leaders, to be able to spend 40 hours a week, or maybe even less, but at least 40 hours a week, doing really powerful work for kids. Okay? But then, I want you to spend the other 128 hours that you have every week living your life. Okay? And I know that that's not easy. Like, trust me, I've lived it. When I was an athletic director and I was doing all these other things, I had a newborn at home, I was working probably 80 hours a week. Okay? And it was the absolute worst thing that could have ever happened to me personally, because I look back now, Max he's a wonderful kid. I'm very blessed to be his dad, but really over the past 4 years, I've been a much better father to him than I was the first 5 years of his life, because the first 4 to 5 years of his life, I didn't have systems. I was drowning, right? And my passion, if I have one, is to tell you, let's do great work for 40 hours a week. Let's do phenomenal work for kids. Let's transform education. I took this job here as CRREC director, and I told them this in my interview, is I want to be able to support 45 school districts across the GRREC region in radically rethinking school. Because if we ever had a perfect time to do it, now is the time to do it, right? We've been through the pandemic. That's what I want to do. But I think we can do that in normal working hours and not have to spend 50, 60, 70, 80 hours of our week doing that. Okay, and so that's really the point of systems. So this is Bruce Lee. He talks about mind like water. That's really our goal. Our goal here is not to give you a system to do more stuff. Okay? That will probably inevitably happen, but the goal is not to give a productivity system to help you do more things. The goal is to give you a system so that your mind is at peace. Your mind is like water. Okay? That you're not constantly worried, constantly stressed, constantly thinking about this thing and that thing and this person and that person and this to-do list and that to-do list. That's the goal of the next couple hours together, and really our time over the course of this year is if we can take 30 to 40 leaders across the GRREC region and give you guys an opportunity to say it's possible to do really powerful work. But we can do that in a very sustainable way. And we'll start on, I think, really reclaiming our profession and our goal here. So that's really the intent of what we're going to do. So here's the first productivity thing. It's going to be a little hard for people, I get it. But I'm going to ask you guys to close your laptops, okay? They're not needed. We're going to do some handwriting today. I know that's a thing that we haven't done in a while. But I promise you that the computer, I'm a tech guy like the rest of them, but it can very easily, you'll get into your email and your mind will go there and it'll go wherever it needs to go. So we're going to try to focus in for just a little bit of time into what we need to do. So I want you guys to read this on the right here and just reflect for about 30 seconds on what that means. This is from Seth Godin, author, does a lot of work with leadership. So I'm a quadrant guy. I think quadrants make a lot of sense to me. They help me kind of mentally imagine and process some things. And so this quadrant is one that I've used a few times. But I think when it comes to organizational systems, okay, we often think about needing to get the right things done or do the stuff, and that's true, that's very true, but I would argue that organizational systems is made up of two components, okay, and they work together. So, on the, pardon my math, I wasn't a math teacher. What is the y-axis, is that right? Yes. Okay. On the y-axis, we have discipline, okay? You have got to find a way to discipline yourself to doing the work that you need to do, okay? Most of us in leadership have mastered some level of that thing, okay? Most of us have been able to find the time, the to-do list, the tool, the whatever it is that helps us prioritize and get the things done that we feel like we need to do. So that is an important piece of it. But I think the piece that a lot of us miss, especially when it comes to our own time. If you go and you're a school leader, I remember when I went into Caverna, I was going to have a vision for Caverna High School. We jumped right into it. But I never had a vision for myself or how I wanted to use my time. And I think that's an important piece. So discipline is on the y-axis, but vision is on the x, and they work hand in hand. Because here's how it works. If I'm an artist, okay, and I have a blank canvas in front of me, okay, I have to discipline myself every single day to go to that canvas, right? Art, it's not produced by accident. Like, you have to go every single day to the canvas, right? But if I could go to the canvas every single day and doodle, it's still not going to be art. I got to have a vision for what I want to put on that canvas, right? So if we think about this, we have people that have high levels of discipline. I mean, they are the most productive people probably in your school organization. You got somebody in your mind? But they just do what they're told to do. Okay? Their vision is whatever I'm told to do in my organization. They're doers. Nothing that wrong with it, but they're doers. We also have people that's down here in this one. Okay? We have people that have high levels of vision. I mean, they have grandiose visions of all these things, and they're great. They're great. You sit in a meeting with them, and they cast it, and you're like, yes, let's do it. But they lack the discipline to get the things done that need to be done in order to bring that vision to life. Right? Tracking with me? So, productivity or organizational systems require both things. They require high levels of discipline, and they require high levels of vision. One does not work without the other. If you got high levels of discipline but no vision, you'll be a doer. And that's not leadership. Leadership is not just doing a bunch of things that people tell you to do. Okay? You got high levels of vision but no discipline, you'll be a dreamer. That's not leadership. Okay? My son has very big visions he's very creative. He talks about all sorts of cool, creative stuff. He's not a leader, right? He's not developed that other side, and that's okay. Leadership, you're going to be the artist. You're going to make great art. You're going to do, art is what we do when we are doing our best work. If you want to do your best work, it requires both of those things. So, this morning we got organization broken down into two parts, okay? First part is we're going to talk about vision, okay? The vision for how you use your time. All right, and then after our break, we'll talk about discipline, okay? And we'll give you a system that we use that you'll be able to take components, parts, or maybe you'll be able to expand it way beyond David Allen. But that's what we're going to do because, again, both things are required, okay? So let's start with vision. I want you to take your paper. I'm going to give you about 3 or 4 minutes, okay? And I want you to think about your retirement article. Now, you may say, I'm really far from retirement, and that's okay. I'm pretty far from retirement, too. So if you can't think, 15 years down the road or 20 years down the road, let's think 5 years down the road when you might transition out of your current job. I want you to think for just a second about that article. And I want you in the notebook you have in front of you, I want you to write the headline and I want you to write the summary of that article. What are they going to say about you and your leadership when they leave? Okay? What is, you think about your local newspaper or whoever it might be, what are they going to say when it's time for you to hang it up? Okay? I'm going to give you about 3 minutes for you to jot down some notes. It doesn't have to be perfect, but let's jot that down. folks at your table, it's fine. And just share a little bit about what you wrote. Okay? What did you write? You got a group up with another table, that's fine too. Take 2 or 3 minutes to do that. What did you write?
Yes, nice to meet you. Assistant principal at the high school. So I went to high school in Western County, and then kind of like I come back, and my whole career is in Western County, so something to the effect of Western County alumni, leader retired, I condone for caring for my kids in the first place. Whether it was in the classroom or down the school, always had my take it. Football player, or the next guy, and I think also, I love Western County High School, I love the community, everything that I have, and, been able to do the work when I work, never like the spotlight, but like we find out.
You guys come back together about the next segment.
Starting our third year. Pretty quick, we'll break left.
All right, guys. How did that,
Yeah.
how did that feel to think about your retirement letter? Strange? Yeah. What else, what other words maybe describe that?
Humbling.
Humbling? So I'll give you a better practice. I didn't go this far. You can do this with your teams. I think it's a really, it helps me. I come back to it once a week. What's even probably more humbling than your retirement letter, I would encourage you guys to do it maybe with your team or even just yourself, is to write your obituary. Because then you really start to think beyond just maybe even your scope of work, and hopefully many, many years from now, what is it that you hope people are able to say about your life? That's a very humbling experience. But I bring us here because I think Stephen Covey was definitely onto something. You all probably had some kind of work with Leader in Me and whatever the level that looks like, and everybody has their opinions about it, and that's fine, that's okay. But I think one thing he was definitely on is starting with the end in mind, thinking about 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road. If you think about it from an obituary perspective, hopefully I got a really long time. Then, what do I want my life, my work, my career, my thing to consist of? And I think it's very easy, and this is why we want to provide space at a place like GRREC, where you're not in your building, where you're not thinking about making sure you have your, supervisory schedule done, or you're not worried about your discipline system right now, but you kind of have time to step back and think, what is it that I really want to do in this role or with my work in my life? That's an important conversation. So I skipped over this, but we'll go back to it. When we talk about vision and discipline, this first part, vision, the first thing that you have to do as a leader is clarify your priorities. What is the priorities? Because I can promise you this is a truism. I don't know where this originated from, but I think there's this truism that the further away you are from the point of production, okay, the more space you have to create your time. Okay, so let's think about that. Let's take non-educator. If I'm a factory worker on the line, I have very little room to determine how I use my time, right? If I'm the CEO, I got a lot more time to think about how I want to use my time in the day, right? Well, same thing is absolutely true in education. If you are a teacher, you have hardly any time or space to think about how you use that, right? I mean, we struggle to use the bathroom, all right, when we want to use the bathroom, okay? It's dictated by the bell schedule, it's dictated by the schedule that your principal created at the beginning of the year, it's dictated whatever. But the further removed you are from the classroom, some of you are still teachers, but some of you are assistant principals, some of you are principals, some of you are at the central office level, some of us now are at GRREC. The further you are removed from that, the more space and time you have to construct your schedule the way that you want to construct it. So it's really important that we think really long term to be able to clarify our priorities. What is it that we're actually trying to do? Okay? I'm going to read you this from this book, Essentialism. Essentialism is one of the books I said you could do. I'm not plugging it, although I do think it's a great book. He says, the idea that you can have it all and do it all is not new. This myth has been peddled for so long. I believe virtually everyone alive today is infected with it. It's sold in advertising, championed in corporations, embedded in job descriptions that provide huge lists of required skills and experience as standard. It's embedded in university applications that require dozens of extracurricular activities. What is new is how especially damaging this myth is today, in a time when choice and expectations have increased exponentially. The results in stressed people trying to cram yet more activities into their already overscheduled lives. It creates corporate environments that talk about work-life balance, but still expect their employees to be on their smartphones 24/7, 365. Leads to staff meetings where as many as 10 top priorities are discussed with no sense of irony at all. The word priority, this is powerful to listen to. I use the word priorities, so I'm guilty of this, but I do think it's important to hear this. The word priority came into the English language in the 1400s. It was singular. It meant the very first or prior thing. It stayed singular for the next 500 years. Only in the 1900s did we pluralize the term and start talking about priorities. So, here's the deal. We have to, if we are going to organize our lives, have systems of organization, we have to think about the priorities. That's important. And I use the word plural, although I don't like to, because most of us, if I asked you, what are your priorities as an assistant principal? What are your priorities as director of transportation? You're going to give me 10 things minimum. Okay? But that's not I like constraints, and that's not really what is going to allow us to have the most effective use of our time. So we're going to start with, what is the headline when we retire? What is the headline when we transition? What do we want that to look like? Okay? And then that's going to help us do this next part. So as you think about that retirement letter, what would you say are the most important priorities, and I hate using it plural, but it is what it is, for you? So I'm gonna condense it down to 3. You have to say these 3 things. If I do these 3 things in my role, okay, what are those 3 things? If I'm an assistant principal and I have 3 major responsibilities, what is that? If I'm a director of operations and I have 3 major responsibilities, what is that? And then the second piece of that is, what must you be willing to say no to? Because again, I want to give you permission to say no. I'm not your superintendent, I'm not your boss, but I will tell you that in any conversation that I've ever had with someone that worked for me, if they can identify 3 really big, fruitful, important priorities, then I want them to attack those things. If they get the right ones, I'm willing to let them say no to a lot of other stuff. If they can get those 3 things, in a really good spot. So what must you be willing to say no to, and who can support you in establishing those priorities? Who are some people that you need to talk to? Who are some people that's part of your team? Who are some people that are mentors in your life that you know that you need to spend some time with? So let's take another 3 or 4 minutes to just spend some time thinking about this. Again, write it down, and then we'll come back together. Shift this or do that, and that's okay. That's what we want to do. We want to create space with ourselves to do that, because you're never going to get to this, and you're never going to say, I'm the most productive I will ever be, I'm the most organized I will ever be. You'll never get there. It's a false promised land, if you will, right? So, what is important, though, is for you to think about those priorities. Now, most people, including myself, a priority is not necessarily actionable. Okay, like a priority is sometimes vague, like student safety. Okay, well, student safety could be a a variety, like if that's your role, that should definitely be a priority, okay? Like, if you're a assistant principal, or you're director of transportation, or you're something like that, like, I'd say student safety is probably an important priority. But student safety in and of itself is not action. Like, what do you mean when you say student safety, right? And that's where it's really important for us to begin a conversation about how we make priorities come to life. Because we can list priorities all day. We can say student safety, we can say student learning, we can say efficiency in operations, we can say caring for people, we can say, I don't know all the things you guys listed, and that's okay, they're your priorities, they're not necessarily mine, but we can say that all day, but then where the rubber meets the road is beginning to think about how do we make that actionable. So if we say student learning, what does that mean? Because there are 1,000 ways that you can prioritize student learning. What does that mean in the role that you're in and the work that you're trying to do? And that's really where, for me, I go to step 2, and I say we have to begin constructing our time. Again, this is not a perfect science in that we all work for somebody, okay? We all work for somebody, and we got some things that just exist, okay? You can't avoid lunch duty on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? You can't avoid the all-staff meeting on Monday afternoon, whatever it is. But I would say most of us have more time to do what it is that we feel like we should be doing than we probably give ourselves credit for. And so another book that's been crucial, if you've ever heard of Peter Drucker, he was like the first kind of person to ever start thinking about management. Now his is very business specific, it's not education at all. He wrote 50 books or more on management theory, but he says know thy time. He talks about before we can ever start constructing our time, we have to think about where does our time go? Okay, do you know where your time goes? And some of us say, yeah, we do, but probably not. We probably vastly overestimate where our time goes, or knowing where our time goes on a daily basis. Okay? So the first piece is knowing where does my time actually go? Because before we can start constructing how we want our time to go, and one of the things we have to say no to, we have to know where our time is going. Then you have to determine where do I need it to go? That was the point of what we just did. How do we take our priorities and say we want to spend our time doing these things because these things really matter to the work that I'm trying to do. And then the third question that I would ask there, and I don't think we spend nearly enough time asking this, is when are you most effective? Okay, when are you most effective? Your energy, and our team will talk about this a little later on, your energy is not the same all day long. It's not. After lunch, my energy level vastly diminishes. Okay? So for me, and this is not true for everybody, but for me, first thing in the morning is my most creative time that I have. So if I'm constructing something, if I'm working on a project, if I'm trying to build something, create something, do something, make something, the mornings are the best time for me to do that. Because that's when I'm the most creative. Okay? The afternoons are much better spent for me meeting with people or doing things like that because I get energy from other people. And so I know that my energy is laxed in the afternoon, so I would much rather prefer to meet with people in the afternoon because that's when I know that I'm going to need that energy boost to get things done. But we have to ask ourselves those questions. And then you have to designate time for your priorities. So us designating our priorities is not just for you to say, this is what I wish I would do. No, we have to make it actionable. We have to focus our time to do that. So if you say, again, we'll go with student safety. Student safety is a priority, okay? Then the next question is, what does that mean for you? Okay, what does that mean? What is student safety? So it could mean that we need to ensure that every bus driver is trained on our standard operating procedures for bus safety by August 15th. Okay, just throwing out dates. Okay, that's what that means. So then what has to happen is we have to actually have the standard operating procedures. We have to think about how we're going to train drivers. We have to make sure that we create time and space in our beginning of the year activities to do that. And then we have to have some way to evaluate whether or not they actually learn the standard operating procedures, right? That's how that priority actually comes to life. Say high school principal, PLCs were my bread and butter, because it was the easiest way, with no other support systems, to touch teachers where they work, okay? So PLCs were our priority at Caverna High School. We had protocols, so I had to spend time with myself thinking about what protocols do I want to create during PLCs, what's on the agenda this week for PLCs, how do I ensure that people are ready for PLCs. That was my work in that priority, okay? So you have to focus, what is my designated project? What are my focused meeting anchors? Every single one of you guys have people that you have to meet with, okay? I would say we probably meet too much. That's just my theory. Either too long or too much, okay? If you have a meeting that you have on the schedule for an hour, because that's the way Google Calendar just automatically schedules it, like try 30 minutes and see what happens. See if we can do it more efficient. Okay, if you have a meeting that's every week because it's easy to make it recurring every week, let's try every 2 weeks and see what happens, okay? But you all have meeting anchors. You have people that you meet with, you have people that you're responsible for meeting with, some of you have teachers that you're responsible for collaborating with. Who are those people? Who are the one-on-one collaborators? So, again, some of you guys have specific people that you meet with. Some of you have teachers that you're working with. Some of you have your superintendent that you have to meet with every so often. Some of you have direct reports that you meet with every week or every 2 weeks. So you have to think about that stuff, okay? Lastly, you have to think about how you can batch things. So we'll talk a lot more about this in the second half, and I'm trying to get you guys a break here before we, your bladders you need to use the restroom. But I would say that if you think about your time and you think about batching, this is not an overstatement. Batching literally saved my life. Okay, when I figured out how to batch my time, it literally saved my life. When I was principal and I realized that I had control over making PLCs the same day, then it allowed me to focus on that thing. And I believe in my core, that's what made us better at Caverna High School. Deborah Bethel was my secretary, and I told Deborah, Wednesdays are sacred. I don't care if you lie, I don't care what you do, but keep people away from me on Wednesdays. Because first period, I'm with this group, second period, I'm with this group, third period, I'm with this group, fourth period, I'm with this group. Keep them away from me. And guess what Deborah did? She did everything. The building literally had to be on fire. If Deborah was going to bother me on those godforsaken radios, we'd all have to pack around. But that's how I did it. Because I knew that I couldn't have 5 days that were taken up with PLCs. I didn't have the time, I didn't have the space, I didn't have the energy. But I could take one. I could take one day and I could focus intensely on that thing, on that project. And I believe in my core, 228 out of 228 in GAP scores, we improved, my teachers did incredible work. We improved the top 20 in the state in GAP scores, and the way that we did that was that mechanism, and it only happened because I batched my time and said, Deborah, keep them away. And Deborah Bethel is a saint to this day. She's a wonderful woman. So that's how we have to begin looking at our time. How can you batch things? How can you batch them to help consolidate and save your time? So when we get back from the break, there is a paper in your folder. Looks like this, okay? We're going to take about 5 to 10 minutes when we get back, and we're going to look at what are your priorities. We'll start on this side. Okay, it looks like this. What are your priorities? Again, what's the focus time? How do we make those priorities come to life? What is it that we actually need to be doing with that? What are the meetings that we have? What are the one-on-one collabs we have? Because once we do that, okay, if you can get that, then you're well on your way to reclaiming your time in the way that we have this conversation. Because if you can control that, you can control most of how you use your time and your energy. So we're going to start with that, and then we'll jump into GPD when that's over. All right, if you want to say something before we break?
Sure. Just very briefly, we are providing premier services to people you trust, but one of the things that show up most often on our evaluations is y'all have the best sweet tea in all the South, and you got the best ice, bar none. So If you haven't been to GRREC, we're known for those two things. I forgot that I was a terrible host at the beginning. I didn't tell you where the bathrooms were. Everybody figured it out already if you had to go. They're there. There's some out down the hall, but there's a couple right here. Sweet tea is in the kitchen area. There's also cups, ice, water, whatever you want. And Chase, we're going to be back and get going. And we got to probably shorten our break a little bit.
10.
All right, so we got 8 minutes. If you're not quite back at 10:20, we're going to start. We'll start without you, with in here. So, thank you. Great start. Appreciate you. Great job.
We were telling, I remember when I went there when I was younger, that's when you still paddle kids. He was, elementary principal, but he had these two paddles, thunder and lightning, dog. And then said, he goes, he'd always whip them before lunch. And he had this little couch there that, kids would have to sit on. And he said he'd do it before lunch, so when people went to lunch, they saw the kids, don't get in trouble. I enjoy hearing stories about my dad. He passed away a few years ago, and it was really neat to hear all the people, his funeral come back, and I use that a lot when I think about this obituary conversation because my dad he passed away. My mother she was a saint. She stood for 12, 15 hours in heels and didn't take a bathroom break or anything, and just listened to people after people after people tell stories about him and his leadership. And so I really value him and the things that he taught me. But coming back to this, I want to give us about 4 or 5 minutes, and I want you to start. Here's what I've learned. Sometimes you go to this is true if you do PDs. If you tell people to do something later, like 90% of the time they don't do it. So it's better for us just to do it while we're here and at least get started on it. That's the best way I found. So I'm gonna give you about 3 or 4 minutes, and I want you to start filling this out. So again, you identified 3 priorities. They might be the right ones, they may be the wrong ones, I don't know. But I want you to, on the first column there, you just list those 3 priorities, which you've done. You've already developed. Okay, then I want you to think about what is that focused time look like to actually bring that priority to life. If it's student learning, what are the things that you actually have to spend time on? PLCs, walk through observations, and coaching, data analysis. I don't know, it could be lots of things. If it's student safety, what are those things that you really need to focus your time on? So priorities, and then what are the 2 or 3 things that you really need to spend time focused on to bring that priority to life? Then, what are your meeting anchors? So we've got when I was in Nelson County, every Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock, we did kind of like a celebratory, kind of all-staff meeting. We did that. So what are those meeting anchors you have in your school, your district, your team? What are the one-on-one meetings that you know you have to have? This is not all of them. If you're a principal, hopefully you don't have all the evaluations or all the coaching for your teachers, but you have those specific ones. What do those look like? So we're going to put those down on this sheet of paper right here. I'm going to give you about 3 to 4 minutes. Just start writing down. Doesn't have to be perfect. You'll come back to it, but we'll do that for just a minute. priorities that we want to spend an abundance of time on. So, the stuff that's down here is easy notes, right? Stuff that's not aligned to our priorities that we don't really have to do, okay, like, let's word that's easy notes. I put fire drills over here, right? Nobody probably wants to spend an abundance of time thinking about fire drills, okay? But they're very much essential, okay? You have to do them, right? We have to do them in a certain way, a certain time of the month, all those things. All right, we got fire drills. We also have times over here that are things that can be very aligned to our work, but they're not really something that is right now, right? And that's where Google comes around in genius time, where there's things that really pique your interest, things that you're interested in exploring, you're interested in thinking about, you're interested in doing. I think it's a very healthy thing. We should definitely spend time on those things, right? We that's good for our mental health and our own leadership development. So what I try to articulate, and you're not going to get close to this in the first little bit. I'm not there. I wish I was. I'm thinking about this 5 or 6 years. But if we were to take numbers to it, I think where we love to be is 80% of our time is spent on things that are high priority driven, that we say these are really important priorities, and they're also really essential to our organization. Okay? It's where we want to spend 80% of our time. We want to spend 10% of our time on things that are really essential to our organization, but they're not high priority. So fire drills are a good example. If you've got a good system of fire drills, okay, doesn't take, like, you spend an hour or 2 hours in the summer putting together a plan for fire drills, and then you're done. You don't really think about it. You have to do it, but you're not really thinking about it the rest of the year. You want to spend little time doing this. You also need to spend time up here. You need to spend 10% of your time doing things that interest you, that pique your interest, okay? Those are important for you. That's how we innovate and grow and do new things, is because we've had this idea incubating, and it really wasn't a priority for us now, but like, you know, it's something that we wanted to do, and so we did it, and over time, these things might move up here. Or you might become a school safety officer and realize that we need to really create coherent systems for the way that we have drills and emergency plans and those sorts of things. And then this moves from here to really up here, because now it's priority driven and it's essential. Okay? That's a good metric for us to use. So where we're going to come back to in September is, once we've done this, okay, once you've done this, then really the key piece is being able to claim control over your calendar. How many of you guys would love to have more control over your calendar? I know I would. Okay? And that's not anything against your boss. My boss is in the room. It's not like he demands all these things on my calendar. What demands time on my calendar is my inability to A, say no, or B, not know what my priorities are. Okay? So we want to claim control over that. I'm going to use Kate. She's back here. She's one of our new hires at GRREC. She's part of our team. And Kate is the MTSS consultant. Okay? Now, that could mean 1,000 different. I bet if I ask everybody in this room about multi-tiered systems of support, okay, we could all have different definitions. We could all have different ideas of ways she should use her time. We would all have different mechanisms of what we want to use her for. And Muhlenberg County wants to use her for this, and Clayton County wants to do this, and Campbellsville and Penn wants to do this thing. All right? My encouragement is that Kate, and she'll do this, Kate claims control over her calendar. Like, she claims control over, these are the priorities. These are the things that I need to spend my energy doing. All right? And then she has projects and meetings and anchors things built in to where those priorities come to life. And that's not to say it's said a year from now she'll be a lot smarter about what her priorities should be than what she is now, because she'll have lived through that process for a year. It's the same thing with you guys. It's the exact same thing. You have to claim control over it. So in September, when we come back together on a Zoom call, we're going to start looking at this, or we're not going to look at it, I want you to begin creating it. This idea of, I call it calendar mapping. People call it calendar blocking, time blocking, whatever you want to say. Now, this is not the only way to do this. So if you're in a school, you might say, instead of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, you might say 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Okay? You may have, instead of 1 week on here, you may choose to have 2 weeks on here, because you do things on 2-week cycles. Okay? It makes you have 3 weeks, because you do 3-week cycles. But here's the goal. The goal is to take this, okay? These things that you have said are your priorities, and the things that you have said are projects and meetings that you have to have in order to bring these priorities to life. All right? And you want to create a calendar map for yourself. Now, this is not the end game, okay? You're not going to get it perfect. But it's an attempt, a map is an attempt to start giving direction to the way that you use your time. All right? And that's our goal. So when we come back in September, what we want to follow up with is to say, what does this look like for you? What are you learning from it? You have to start somewhere. Now, again, I'd say every 5 to 6 weeks, I'm reevaluating my calendar map, okay? Because either priorities have shifted, or I've got some different things that I want to think about within my priorities, or I realized that the time of day in which I was doing that thing was not the best time to do it, okay? Using my example from earlier, you may say, Wednesdays are my batch day to do PLC meetings, or teacher collaborations, or that's my day to monitor bus drivers on their, I'm going to choose to ride a couple routes on that day to do that thing. However you choose to set up your time, that's on you, but the goal is that you claim your time. And I would bring you back to these ideas here, okay? When you construct your calendar map, how do you batch time for yourself? And the example that I'll give, and this is going to flow into our GTD conversation, is I realized really quickly, okay, that my Monday mornings had to be my peak productivity time, okay, for a variety of reasons. One, I'm pretty fresh on Mondays. I like to enjoy my weekends, like to reset. Monday mornings, pretty fresh, okay? So Monday mornings became a sacred time in my calendar. And Monday mornings, if you saw my calendar, from 8:30 to 10:30, it says weekly prep. Okay? You can call it whatever you want to. There's nothing magical in the name. I don't care. But the goal of that time on Monday mornings was to do a few things. One was to clear my mind. I had all these things I was thinking about, I needed to do for the week. Just let me clear them. Two, it was to think about my meetings for the week. Bad meetings that usually exist because they don't have an agenda and they don't, we're not prepared for what needs to happen after. That's typically why meetings suck, okay, for lack of a better word. So Monday mornings was my time to make sure I had all my meetings prepped for the week. They had agendas, everybody knew what was going on, I communicated those things. But it was also a time for me to be able to get my frame of reference for the week. I knew that Tuesday mornings was this time and I need to do these things on Tuesday morning. That's how I set it up. So for you, that may not be Monday mornings. Okay? I think Monday mornings is pretty good for everybody because everybody's pretty fresh. And usually, like if you're in a school, there's not a ton of fires to put out on Monday mornings because everybody's kind of getting back from the weekend and it's somewhat normal for a little bit. So that's what I did. But for you, it could be any of this time. But the point is, you batch your time around these things that really matter. So again, when I was a principal and I met with teachers, I didn't meet with one teacher now and another teacher 2 hours from now. I tried to batch them together. If I was going to meet with teachers, I was going to meet with them on Tuesdays, and I was going to try to do 2 per planning period, and I was going to batch it like that, right? Because for me, it's my mind, it's hard for our minds to shift back and forth to things. So we want to batch our time together. So again, we have this, worked on this. So the goal would be when we come back in September for you to have a calendar map, a calendar plan, a calendar vision for the way that you want to use your time. There's not a right answer because it's your time, but that's our goal. Okay? Great. So then the next step is for us to say, okay, we've got our time, we've got it constructed, we've got it blocked out. We know that Tuesdays are meeting with teachers, Wednesdays, PLC, and Thursdays. This is kind of the theme, and whatever. We got control of it. That's great. So how do we actually get the things done during those blocks of time? So how do we begin this discipline conversation? And that's really what our part 2 is. So I'm going to...
Chase, can I pause you?
Yep.
So I'm going to ask a question from the studio audience, and then we have more. We can do more questions. You've used the word productivity and productive a couple of times. You used it in your first quadrant where you had the drifters and the doers and the dreamers and the artists. And you said that somebody in the doer can be super productive. But then we're getting ready to talk about GTD, which is the title of the book. I don't want to give out, I don't want to steer you there. But it's somewhere in the title of the book, it says the art of stress-free productivity. So I'm trying to help us get around the idea of what productive versus productivity means, because I think it can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. If that question makes sense, okay?
Yeah.
So productive, productivity.
Yep, so I think what we just talked about was really trying to set a vision for our productivity and our time, okay? Because we gotta have a vision. Because GTD is gonna give you a system that I think both of us have found to be very useful for maintaining this level of discipline to get things done, okay? So really this first part here was about vision. Now we're about to get heavy into, okay, like once we have a vision for what we want to do, how do we come back to the canvas every day and paint, okay? Take that metaphor. So I think, I don't know if this answers your question or not, but I would say productivity is, I would say the way David Allen would talk about it is it's that glue, it's the artist, it's the ability to get and I would add, of course, he's made lots of money off of GTD as an acronym, but I'd almost say it's GTRD, right? It's getting the right things done, okay? Whatever that acronym, that'd be a lot more letters, I don't know, but I think that's the key for us, and I think David Allen would agree, and we won't dive into his system enough, but I think that's the key, because we can do a lot of things, that doesn't mean they're the right things, and I think that's what we want to get you guys to begin thinking about is, how do I get the right things done that I need to do, whatever role that I'm in? Make sense?
Yes, and just before you launch this part two, we left Chase with about 30 minutes to introduce GTD, better known as getting things done. This could be a day-long training. So a couple times today, we're going to say, if you want more, if you want to dive deeper, here's some things we think you should do. Number one, there's podcasts, and we can go to that, you can go to that, but literally if you type in Getting Things Done or GTD, podcast for that. Later on, when we talk about communications with Kelly, she talks about planning and having uncomfortable conversations. We got that from Entree Leadership, which is it's a company. They also have a podcast. Entree Leadership, we need to get the logo in the slideshow so they can catch that visual. Entree Leadership is one of those mashup, or what do you call those words where you mash two words together? Entrepreneur, and leadership go together to become Entree Leadership. It's a podcast, and that's where we got this podcast about the having uncomfortable conversations. You're going to get to see an actual presentation from Entree Leadership Summit live, which Bobby, she just stepped out to do a task. Bobby, one of our team members, went to Entree Leadership Live this past spring. It's a business leadership thing, and she'll talk to you a little bit about that. So he's going to go fast, he's going to dive in. You may feel overwhelmed, especially if you try to study on this map for very long. It could be like, whoa, there's a lot of stuff. We had to go 11 by 17, and I still have to get my reading glasses on and hold it far away to be able to see any of it. But we've also given you a methodology guide. So if you get home tonight and say what's what, and Chase will do a great job, as he always does, of kind of bringing everything into focus for you and giving you some of the most important things. But this methodology guide will help you bring all this together. And it doesn't have to be an all or nothing acceptance of GTD. They would say, yeah, you should do all these things to really truly do it. But there's some things in here that I do, like the Mind Suite that he's going to talk about. Even though I probably don't practice GTD 100%, I know I don't practice it 100% effectively. I know I don't necessarily always practice it 100% of the time, but there's some elements of it that have really, really helped me get stuff out of my head or out of my brain or out of my mind, however you want to say it, and empty my mind so I can be like water sometime and flow and adapt and think and engage truly and not have all this stuff circling around. And there's a lot of good stuff coming. So don't discount it. Maybe it's not the system you ultimately choose as your organization system. Maybe it is. I love lots of it. But in that, if you don't get everything you want, and you won't in the 30 minutes,
Right.
we got some resources, and you may even choose it as one of your books this afternoon.
Yeah, I was a football coach for a while, and I kind of, the way that I think about some of this stuff is, you know, a coach, if I have an offensive system, okay, I have a way in which I want my guards to pull. I have a way in which I want my wide receivers to run routes. I have a way in which I want my quarterback and the steps that they take, right? That's the system. I have the way that works, okay? But having coached, 13 to 18-year-olds, they don't just naturally get it, right? And we have to have practice plans that work on those specific things day after day after day after day, so that when they get to the game, they're not thinking about their steps, it's just the way that they use it, that's what they do, all right? So if you take that metaphor, this is the same concept, right? The first part of this is, what is our system? What's our vision? What is it that we want to do? What is it that we want people to do? We want you to have control of your calendar. We want you to have an opportunity to think about the clarity of mind, to be able to construct your day in a way that makes sense for you to bring priorities to life. That's the big idea. Okay, this is the practice plan. Okay, this is how that stuff occurs, because what we know is that you can have the best plan in the world, and I would encourage us to still have plans, but the first day of school, the pipe bust. All right, you got to go deal with that. Or we got a kid that gets off at the wrong location on the bus. Or we have a teacher that calls in sick and we have no subs. All right, and there's things that have to occur. Right, that's natural. Who was the transportation director? Jeff Marquez was our transportation director in Nelson County. And I tell you what, COVID I thought was going to put him under, because between bus drivers canceling, he'd wake up every morning and be like, all right, who we got today, and how do we reroute this to make sure all kids get here? But I'll tell you, the whole year, for how many days we were actually physically in the building, Jeff Marquesi and his team got every kid to school safely, and they returned every kid home, and it was crazy. But that stuff happens, right? Same thing if we take the athletic metaphor, you can have the best system in the world, and the quarterback gets hurt, right? Or it starts raining that day. Or, the principal has a meeting that overruns by 30 minutes and your plan is off at that point, right? That's what occurs. That's life. And so GTD is really a way for us to say, okay, how do we create the practice plan? How do we create the stuff that makes sure that when things go wrong, or when things come up, or when things happen, we're still okay? That's our goal. So Dave Allen, and that podcast link, you're going to get this slide deck, and then you can listen to that. He's got a podcast. He's got lots of good stuff in it. I was going to play it. It's about 5 minutes, and we'll kind of, for the sake of time, simplify a bit. He's got kind of a 5-step process for his workflow. So the first thing is you have to capture what's on your mind. What has your attention? Okay? Then you clarify. What does that actually mean? You organize it. You put it where it belongs. You got to review that stuff, and then you have to do it. You have to do the work, right? And this is kind of his 5-step GTD process. So you see here, you have this 11 by 17 thing. I think anybody Office fans, you know what The Office? Yes, okay. There's a scene where Michael Scott, he marks all the memos urgent, and they're like, why do you mark everything urgent? He's like, because nobody would read them if I didn't mark them urgent. When they stopped reading that, I feel like that's like 11 by 17. This is an important document. It's urgent. It's marked urgent because it's big, right? We won't put everything big though, because then this just be used to 11 by 17. But if you go to the back here with this piece, it walks you through those 5 steps. Okay? Capture, clarify, organize, reflect, engage. And here's say everybody that has any organizational system uses some piece of this, right? So my mom is the world's biggest to-do list person, okay? I mean, she makes lists literally all the time for everything. She would never say that she's GTD. She don't know what GTD probably is, but she captures what's on her mind, okay? She clarifies what those things mean. She organizes it in her to-do list in a way that makes sense to her, okay? She reflects on it. She hangs it up, and she has to look and see, like, when am I going to do this thing and that thing? And then she does it. Like, that's how she does her life. She's retired. She's a school administrator for 30-some years, and she's retired now, and she still makes lists. They got garden lists, and they got, kid-cation lists, and they got vacation lists. They got all these things. They got lists everywhere. But that's what she does, right? And that David Allen is really, what he's saying here is what you probably are already used to. It's just putting it in a system, in an organized way, to make it make sense. So, this quote right here, I want you to read it, I want you to reflect on it. This is a David Allen quote. Your mind is for having ideas, not for holding them. Okay? Your mind is for having ideas, not for holding them. You guys, every person in this room, has been put in a leadership position in some way, some capacity. Which would mean then you have a mind that allows you to create and make and do and have ideas. Okay? But your mind is not for holding those ideas. There are brilliant people in this room, but if I asked you right now to organize in your mind without writing anything down 20 things that have your attention, you couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. It's virtually impossible to do that because your mind is not a organizational storage box for you to keep things up there. Your mind is for having ideas, not for holding them. So the first piece that David Allen talks about, and if you flip this over, you see it here on the very top part, is you have to capture the things that have your attention. Okay? You got to capture the things you have attention. So you see, his very first piece here is life's random inputs. So you have all sorts of inputs that come into your mind every single day. You have emails. Lord help us, we got emails, right? You've got ideas on things that you'd like to do, okay? I remember when I was the operations guy in Nelson County, one of the things that we did was we always did these school walkthroughs, and it was probably the worst thing I ever did because I would have 1,000 different things that I wanted to do in these buildings, right? I wanted this wall painted, I wanted this thing done here, I wanted a sign there, I wanted this, it's just what you do over and over and over again. You got 1,000 ideas, right? You get ideas from other people, right? They say, hey, Miss So-and-so, I need you to do this, or hey, Mr. So-and-so, can you help me do this thing, right? The inputs come all the time. You have inputs that are beyond work, right? I need to go get dog food, or I need to go to the grocery. Hop in.
I'm just going to tell you in advance, this will not be pretty, but he's moving to Minesweep in just a second. You're going to get to do one, but I thought it would be worth you seeing one in reality. So please excuse the chicken scratch you're about to see. I don't think there's anything super personal on here, but I think you got to escape.
You gotta escape.
And then go back in, I think. So when he said, you got stuff at home, you got other stuff, yes. I don't know how big you can make that. So on June 7th, I got to work here, and I carry this notebook. This is my capture device, right here. I get a new one each year. And this one is, I got a nice picture of, I think that's Venice, Italy on the front. We have a goal, my wife and I, in 2024, to go spend a month in Europe. That's a long, I guess now it's a 3-year goal, 3 years away. So I bought this notebook this year, and it inspired me about that. And then everything goes in here. So on June 7th, 2021, I got here, and I had a lot of things on my mind that I was all trying to keep up with, right? And I was like, man, I got way too much on my mind. I can't engage and even think about things. I got to get them out of my mind. I love his quote about your mind. Your mind is for having ideas, not for, and then I love this one even more that David Allen says, AKA, your mind is a crappy office. Right, if you want to write that one down. Your mind is a crappy office because you think you're going to remember it up here and you don't, or the opposite is true. In order to keep it here, you have to spend a lot of time coming back to it over and over and over. You've all heard people say, man, I'm full up to here. Like they use those literal kind of phrases, or my mind is blown, or my mind is whatever, full to the brim, or whatever. So I just had to get it out. So when he says it's not all work, I would say about 4 of those are work. But if I didn't get it out, I was going to forget it. Stubb is a friend of mine who does our accounting for us. I was like, I got to get with him on a question. I won't go through all of it, but Jeremy Russ is a soccer coach at Russellville. And I helped him, and my son will be a senior on the team. And we were going to take the team to Asbury on July 10th, which was 2 days ago. And this was June 7th, and if we didn't get some final things planned, that trip wasn't going to happen, right? Because he had to turn the papers in to get the bus set up and all this. So that was something. I had talked to Coach Andrews, the coach, the day before. We had made a plan. We were going to go to camp, go to the challenge course. We did it all. It was great on Saturday. Lawnmower's still not fixed. They told me yesterday, my good friend Gary Gardner, they couldn't fix it in Russellville. I was so attached to it, I took it to Glasgow, and my friend Gary Gardner said, please save it. And he called me this, we talked on Saturday, and it's unsafe. So I guess it is that's kind of solved. But at the time, I put an arrow, meaning I checked on it, but I wasn't done with it. And that's kind of part of an old, I can't remember which organization system that was, the ABC, the priorities, and you have the trapper, not the trapper keeper, but the, what was that organizational system back in the day? Yeah, we're going way back now, yeah. So, bill pay. Need to get an appointment with Dr. Bale. Go see him. I think, I was trying to remember what number 8 was, Susan West or Southwest. I can't even remember a month later, but whatever it was, I got it satisfied that day. Down there at work, number 14, 15, 16, all dealing with GRREC stuff. And I didn't get to it that morning until number 14, 15, and 16, but I had to send the superintendent an email about salaries. And I had to get the ARP, ESSER spending guidelines, understood. And I had to get John Rogers called because we were trying to set up a meeting on another grant we're writing for next week. So that's enough of mine, but you get it. So when you do Minesweep, and that's also my notebook at the bottom, it just says that people are asking, how many GRREC districts are doing Senate Bill 128, the do-over red shirt bill, and how many are not? And people kept asking me, so I finally got the final count. 33 of our 45 GRREC districts said yes, 12 said no, and then you don't see it, but the rest of the page listed 12 that says no, said no. So, sorry for the ugliness, it's
No,
just
I think,
right, but it's
no, I think it's a
really
good, I think it's a good example. 'Cause I think, I don't know about you guys, but for me, I had this weird thing when I was in leadership where I was trying to do this work life, this line there that I didn't want either one to bleed, and it's kind of a myth sometimes because they do bleed. You can't necessarily control your mind at all times. But I think for me, one of the things that would always happen is I might sit down on Monday morning and I try to make this list and I'd get kind of jumbled because really I had all these things I need to do at home or had these things outside of work that I need to do and I couldn't get them out. So that was one of the reasons why I started looking into GTD and thinking about all these random inputs. The other thing that I like about GTD, especially on this capture idea, is there's not a product that we're selling, right? There's not a GTD app that allows this to occur, or a specific type of notebook that allows this to occur, right? I have one of my best friends in the world. He's legal pad only, right? 'Cause he loves him legal pad, and the yellow legal pad have it, great, like that's another way to do it. He's got a Google Doc that is a constant, I mean, it's just a constant stream of his thoughts and his mind, and that's how he does it, and that's great. And the key is, like, there's not a capture tool. There's not one capture tool. There is, it could be a variety of things. That's not the point. The point is that routinely, you do this. You take a moment to pause, and you clear your mind of all the things in it, okay? And again, for me, this occurs on Monday mornings, okay, during my weekly prep time. Every Monday morning during weekly prep, I take 10 minutes and I mind sweep, okay? And I just try to get out literally anything and everything that's in my head, and it is crazy. This is my notebook here, okay? I use a bullet journal. You don't have to use a bullet journal. Like, I use different colors with different things. You can use whatever you want to. But the point is that on Monday mornings, I take time during that week to sit down and clear my head of all these different things. And so one of the things that we want to provide you space to do that you don't always get is let's do a mind sweep. So this right here, David Allen, he has some triggers. I think if you get this methodology guide, there is a incompletion trigger list that's in here. You can use this. This is a simplified version that's on the screen. But what I want you to do is I'm going to give you about 5 minutes. And I want you to do a mind sweep. So here's the rules. You don't talk, like there's no reason. You just literally take a piece of paper and you write down anything and everything that is that's on your mind. And these are some triggers that might help you think about stuff, projects, commitments, communication meetings, upcoming events, home, personal, whatever you need to do. Nobody's going to look at it. This is your list. We're not going to necessarily share this thing or this thing. This is your list. And the goal would be for you to do this type of mind sweep now. But then the goal would be that this is a recurring pattern for you, that it occurs at some point in time every few weeks.
Before we say go, flip to the back of your 11 by 17. There are 5 steps to GTD. Capture, clarify, organize, reflect, and engage, okay? When you were doing a mind sweep, which step are you doing? Capturing the things in your head onto a trusted capture device. There's 2 points I want to make about it. You must have trusted capture devices somewhere you know you can get to them. If it is a Google Doc, that's fine. If it's a physical notebook, that's fine. If it's an in tray on your desk, that's fine. How many capture devices should you have? Somebody read the second bullet underneath capture out loud, please.
Have a few of these collectors as you can. Have as few of these collectors as you can and as many as you need.
So I can't tell you how many to have. But in theory, my office is not like that right now. I need an end tray, a physical end tray on the left side of my desk. And then I also need a notebook that's a capture device. Now here's the second key point. When you're doing this mind sweep, please don't try to clarify, organize, reflect, or engage. You'll be tempted to, Sean. You'll be like, got to get those groceries ordered from Amazon, Walmart, got to pick them up. And you'll be wanting to like move your phone and start doing something to make you feel like that's not capturing. That's later, okay? You're just capturing. You don't have to decide. I didn't have to decide on June 7th what I was going to do about all those. I just had to get them out of my mind and into a trusted capture device. He'll get to the next steps soon enough.
Yep. And so, to his point, I've got 4. That's what I use. Okay? I use 4. Is to, again, you can have whatever you want to. That's not the point. The point is that you have something, system that you trust. So, 5 minutes, okay? You have the trigger list here. You also have this for a simplified version. And the goal is for you just to simply write down anything and everything that has your attention. Okay? Go.
Let's see. Great, that's not great. Yes, sir. Good one.
So, I think if I could synthesize GTD, if you take nothing else away, I think one of the things that's really important is that quote, right? Getting in the habit of getting things out of your head and into some place, Google Doc, journal, folder, whatever. Alright? As you do that over time, I think one of the things that will begin to happen is that naturally you'll start to have more ideas. You'll start to be able to think a little bit deeper about the stuff that you are wanting to process, about the stuff that you're wanting to do. Because your mind is not occupied by the dog food you have to pick up on the way home, or by the meeting agenda that you need to send to such and such team, or the email that you need to send to the accountant to make sure your taxes get done, because it's out of your head. You're freed up to think about other things that are important. The other elements of GTD, really.
Says one more thing about capture. David Allen says he does this with CEOs in companies. And he says that he spends, like he goes and coaches them. And sometimes they'll spend half a day just capturing. He said sometimes it's taking as long as 2 full days to capture. And they'll have to go home with the CEO on the afternoon of the second day to help them capture their stuff at home. Because it's just all over the place. And he says this normally does 2 things. I don't know if it did these 2 things for you, but they rhyme and they're easy to remember. He says it brings people relief. Did anybody feel some relief after getting it all out of your head on the paper? And then it also brings grief. So, did anybody feel some grief after getting it on a piece of paper? Relief and grief, right? It is relieving to be like, okay, at least I'm now not up here swimming around. It's physically there somewhere, but there's some grief and like, ooh. But then you start to think about, then you go the other step, so.
Yeah, and really if you follow this, and again, you can dive really deep into GTD, but I think the rest of it makes sense to us logically. It's developing the capacity to do it. It's, okay, once you have all this stuff down, it's like, what do you do with it? All right, that's the next logical question. I got all this stuff. What do I do with it? And that's where David Allen kind of walks through these different things. So the first question he asks is it actionable, right? Is it something that I can actually do something with? Because there's a lot of things that we might want to do, but they're not actionable. I got a dog named Rufus that I'm thinking about. Well, that dog doesn't really exist at this point. Maybe you want to get a dog, maybe you want to name your dog that, at some point when you get a dog, but at this point it's not an actionable thing. It was in your head, you got it out, right? But if it is actionable, then what do we do with it? How do we clarify what that means and put it where it's supposed to go, which is step 3 in organizing. So David Allen talks about kind of some different things that he does, and you see them there. So the first thing is, he said he's got the 2-minute rule, takes 2 minutes or less, he just does it, right? I need to send an email to so-and-so about this thing. That's going to take 2 minutes or less, just do it. All right? Sometimes it needs to be delegated. Sometimes it's not you need to do it. Sometimes it's your assistant principal that needs to do it. Or sometimes it's, sometimes it's even up the chain of command. You need your superintendent to do this thing, right? Whatever it is.
Go to this page in your packet, please. If you take your packet and go to this page, it's got like the diagram on it. It's like a flow chart.
Yeah.
It lays in landscape fashion. You've got this on your workflow map at the top. This workflow map can be a little overwhelming, and we don't have time to go through every step today. So go to the landscape page with clarifying. It's really important, I think, to ask about, is it actionable or not? That's a really important question. Let's take a fire drill, planning, or whatever you want to take. Let's take some. Or you're going to do the dinner thing, or you're going to do the... No, okay. So take something then.
All right. So let's say that you had this thing that you need to talk to your leadership about. Okay. You have some thing that's in your head. Okay. Well, is that actionable? Okay. Well, yes. Presumably, you have some kind of anchor in your meeting or you have an anchor with your team, school team, whoever it is, that makes that an actionable thing, right? So the answer would be yes. So if we went on this flow chart, then we've got a couple of options here, all right? So the first one is we just simply do it, okay? So we send out an email to our leadership team that says, hey, I need you guys to think about X while we do that, okay? It's one option.
That's a 2-minute rule.
That's the 2-minute rule, okay? We could delegate, okay? Meaning it's something that's gonna require a little bit more than just an email. And so Travis says to one of his assistant principals, hey, I need you to think about this thing and be ready to present on it in a week or so to the rest of our leadership team. We need a plan for this thing, okay? Be ready to present on it. So he's gonna delegate that task. So he knows that that task is delegated. It's not for him to think about anymore. Now it's for one of his assistant principals to think about, okay?
You can delegate stuff to yourself for later also. It's not always somebody else.
Yep.
My kids call me the king of delegation, but around the house, you know, they're mowing the yard, doing blah, 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 but
Yep.
you can actually delegate it to yourself, but you still acted on it. It was actionable, you decided.
Or you could, the third option there is you could defer it. Meaning, you know, let's say you did this on Monday morning. You know Monday afternoon, you have a leadership team meeting with your leadership team. And so you want that to be an agenda item on that leadership team's meeting. And so Travis, instead of sending an email or telling one of his assistant principals to do it, he wants to have a conversation about it on Monday afternoon during their leadership team meeting. Okay? That's deferring it. That's doing it later. Or maybe it's next week that he wants to do it. Or maybe it's some time in the future that he wants to get it done, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen now. He's going to talk about it at that point. Okay? It could also, this is the kind of the last option, and we definitely don't have time to go into this, but it is something if you want to dive into, is it could be one of those things that becomes a project. Meaning, it's not just a simple task now for him to talk about with his leadership team, but it's going to require about 10 action steps, right? He's going to have to talk to this group of people and that group of people and talk to the superintendent and get some direction from his DAC and, you know, do all these other different elements that's going to occur. At that point, then it becomes a project, and he's going to have to begin thinking about, okay, what are my first actions, next actions? How do I make this project come to life? Does that make sense? See, this concept is true on anything on your capture list. To use the dog food example, right? I got to get dog food. Okay, well, you can, if it's going to take 2 minutes or less, which it's probably not, you can go ahead and do it. All right. I could text my wife, text my kids, say, hey, you need to pick up dog food for so and so. I've delegated it. Or I could send myself a reminder that when I leave that day at 4:15, that I need to make sure that I stop at Walmart and pick up dog food for the dog, right? Those are your 3 options. Or your dog could be really particular and have a specific kind of dog food, and then it becomes a project. You got to talk to the vet. You got to, make sure you get all the right ingredients to do X, Y, Z. It could be that, right? But that process is true on basically anything on your capture list that's action. You want to jump in and say?
No, you're doing great. So the left side of it, or the one side of it is do it, defer it, delegate it, but it is actionable. So in my mind, if it's not actionable, I don't have to ever worry about it again, but that's not really true. So talk to us about non-actionable things.
So I'm going to stay picking on Travis here, just for example, you're the principal at LaRue County High School, is that right? So Travis says that one of the things that comes on his mind at this point was this advisory period for kids at LaRue County High School. Okay? I don't know if you have it or not, but let's pretend you don't. He's got this thing in his head. But he knows right now, we're coming back from the pandemic, we've got 14 other priorities that we're trying to do, David Raleigh wants us to do this thing and that thing, we got all these other things going on. So at this point, that right now is it's not something that we're going to be able to make real actionable at this point, okay? So if it's not, then he's got a couple options. He can just forget about it, okay? I'd say in that example, that's a worthwhile thing to explore, so he's not going to trash it, okay? He can reference it, meaning, if you look here on this thing, it's like, sometimes happens with books, like, you read something, there's nothing to like do with it at this point, but like you wanna make sure you can come back and file, like it's in a file, if you will. That's not really the thing here, but what he might do,
He goes to a summer conference and then he goes to a presentation about advisory period.
yeah,
He's like, I really like that idea. He brings the notes from the conference back and he puts them in a file. He puts them in a trusted system and says, advisory period idea. Now he's referenced it. You didn't trash it. If you'd have gone to the conference and said, that's just not for me in LaRue County, I'm never going to do that. Let the next principal do that. I'm just not doing it. He could have trashed it. But if he chose like that he might do it someday,
yeah, and then that's the key piece, is that he might say, this is a great idea, and someday I want to explore that with my team. And so he's got a way, he may put in his calendar for every 3 months, he wants to look at someday maybe list, okay? And he comes back to that in February, and he realizes, man, our kids need this, like this is something that our team in LaRue County is starting to talk about and think about. I've heard Sherilyn and Linda and the rest of them kind of talk about this need to connect kids and do that kind of work. So this is going to become a priority now. And so he might, at that point, it becomes actionable, because at that point it's like, okay, what do we need to start doing to bring something like this to life for the kids of LaRue County High School? That's the flow of it, right? But I think one thing that's key is that you first have to capture this stuff before you make decisions on it. And I think for me personally, the hardest thing to do was to start doing this, because I want to do exactly what Bart said. I'd write it down and I'll figure out what I need to do. I'd write it down and figure out what I need to do. And what happens is you get a list of about 4 things. Well, all of us have more than 4 things that we're thinking about. All right? David Allen, I think, who's the guru of this, he talks about like at any point in time he's got about 50 projects going on. Okay, like there's a lot of stuff that's happening. But it takes some time for us to be able to trust ourselves to know I'm going to get it out, I'm going to capture it, and then I'm going to make decisions about what needs to occur. All right? And kind of the last piece, and we won't spend any time really at all this, but I think one of the things that we'll follow up in September. So in September, when we come back together, we're going to have 2 follow-ups. One is looking at your calendar and the way that you're batching your time and mapping your calendar. Okay? I think really the goal is for you to be able to construct this, spend the first 5-6 weeks of school really learning about it. What do you feel? What are you learning? What's working? What's not working? Be able to give yourself some information to say, I need to do this thing or tweak this thing or move this thing or go here, right? But the other piece that I really want to encourage you on is to establish a weekly anchor for yourself that allows you to regularly mind sweep, okay? Regularly get things out of your head. Allows you to begin classifying that stuff, like what do I actually do with it now that it's all out of my head? And allows you to prepare for your week, okay? If David Allen he calls it weekly review. It's at the bottom of this big one. And this is kind of what he does in his weekly review, okay? Mine's called weekly prep because I do it on Mondays, and I have kind of like this protocol here. You'll see all that because it's in, you'll get the slide deck, but what you call it and when you do it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you have a designated time every single week that you will give yourself. Could be an hour, could be 2 hours, I don't know what you need. But you give yourself a designated time to clear your mind, begin organizing those things, and prepare for the week ahead, whether it's meeting agendas or whatever that might be. If you could do that, in my experience, again, in a variety of roles, if I can do that, everything's much easier. Okay? So, calendar map, and I want you to be able to reflect on your experience with this weekly anchor time. Make sense? Anything else to add?
yeah, you're good. I'm going to ask you a couple questions, so to kind of help. I love the weekly review, get clear, get current, get creative. So we've moved to kind of organize, you've moved to reflect. Let's move to engage. The third bullet on engage. So once you do everything, if you go back and you say, all right, now what is my next action? My next action is to call this parent and talk to them about, what this potential situation we're gonna do for their student, to help their student that wants to take accounting, and we don't offer accounting, and we don't want to leave that student hanging? What are we gonna do? I'm actually gonna engage in it. So when it says choose to, there are 3 answers there. What are the 3 answers? Could somebody read those? I'm on the back of the 11 by 17, number 5, engage, 3rd bullet. Now that I'm actually ready to do something, I could choose to what?
Do work you have previously defined, or do work as it appears, or take the time to define your work.
And whatever you're doing, you need to feel good about whatever you're doing in the moment, or you'll feel frustrated, like, man, I'm working on this, but I should really be working on this. And you're always going to feel conflicted. And it's no fun to feel conflicted. It's good to say when Chase sits down and says, I'm going to work on the food service deal for the next 2 hours, he could truly give himself to that and not get hung up. Now, obviously, we know there's emergencies that come and take the priority, but that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, and I would also say, if you get a lot clearer on your priorities, and you get a lot clearer on defining your time with your team of people, you'll have a lot less emergencies. Because I think sometimes we have emergencies because we fill up the time and space, right? An example that I give right here is this calendar, right? Most of the stuff in that calendar right there does not include other people. Okay, most of it. Just because I was chief operations officer, it does not include other people. Now, some of them do, but not all. But what it does is it gives me permission to say no. So if someone calls and says, hey, this was, I don't know, from some week. Someone says, hey, Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock or not 8:30, I need such and such. I need you to be able to do such and such. That gives me permission to say no, I'm not free during 8:30. Now that on 8:30, it was strategic systems work. So I took time every Tuesday morning, 2 hours of project time to focus on what type of strategic systems our operational team need to get a lot better, right? And that's where I worked with, thinking about our maintenance and how we communicated all whatever. It doesn't matter, but the key was that it allowed me to say I'm not free during 8:30 on Tuesday mornings. I have something in my calendar. It's space and time to do that thing.
I know the one thing he said earlier makes sense. Once we leave this, it's going to be hard to come back to it. So we're going to do communication after lunch. We've got about 5 minutes before we do lunch. So I want you to go to the front side of this. We're going to try to bring you some closure. Really hard to do this at the time we have lunch, as we said. So about halfway down the page, it says threefold nature of work. Does everybody see that? Halfway down the side that's got all the colors on it, about halfway down it says threefold nature of work. What are the 3 things you could be doing at any time you're choosing to do something with your time? What are they? Number 1, unplanned work. Number 2, predefined work. And number 3, defining work. So if you flip back over to the 3 bullets that we just did, number 1, choose to do work you have previously defined would be what? The orange one, right? It's predefined work that you're going to choose to spend your time on. Number 2 says, do work as it appears. If you flip it back over, what is that? Kind of unplanned, right? If something shows up, I just go do it. Sometimes that's okay. But sometimes you can get real off track doing it that way. And then the 3rd bullet says, take time to define your work, which on the back side is simply defining work. There's time for all of those. This is really important. If you start in the top left-hand corner, it says unfiltered stuff. Can somebody, I know it's small, but can somebody read what's underneath that? The color side, top left-hand corner, it says unfiltered stuff. If you don't filter your stuff, you get unfiltered stuff. Somebody read that. Stuff just comes at you, just do it as it comes. Now you're bouncing around like a pinball, right? And you see all those things, how they like cross lines and all that stuff's happening. What does it lead to that Chase just talked about a couple of minutes? About halfway down the page, there's an arrow and it says what? Get surprised, right? You have maintenance you have to do, repair stuff. I don't mean like the pipe that bursts. I'm talking about stuff that didn't get done right. Now you got to go back and fix stuff. It's always hard to go back and fix stuff, isn't it? Just, man, if I just spend a little more time on the front and getting it right on the front, I want to go fix it right now. I learned in conversations with parents as an administrator to say, if this were to be resolved in just the way you like, or something like that, what would the resolution be? Have you done that? Well, I learned to do that because when I didn't do it, I thought I knew what it was they wanted. This gets into communication. And I'd go spend an hour or two fixing the situation. I'd be so proud. I'd call them back and be like, we got it resolved now. Johnny's going to be able to do this in fourth period or whatever. And I'd get done. They'd be like, that wasn't what I wanted at all, man. Oh. So, you know.
I think I'm going to pick on Carrie now. She's a school psychologist in Muhlenberg County. And I think about when I started teaching special education, our team was like 5 of the 6 sped teachers were brand new. Right? I mean, we like new to the role. And it's a great example of like, there was a ton of time our school psych and other people were spending on like trying to fix our IEPs because they were terrible. Admittedly so. But like where the game started to change was when our school psych and I sat down and said, okay, like let's develop some type of checklist, protocol, something that allows, instead of you spending an hour every time there's a bad IEP trying to work with that person and go back and fix it, like let's create a proactive system. So we put in an hour or 2 of work to create that system, and then instead of spending an hour every time they were broken, we were just spending 2 or 3 minutes to clean up what needed to be cleaned up, right? I think that's where this work hopefully gets you to.
If you spend all your time on the left-hand side, just dealing with stuff as it comes, you get surprises, you get maintenance, and then where does that flow chart flows into which of those boxes? I don't know if that's beige or green. Looks like, yeah, pea green or something. It all filters into which of the 3 types of work? Unplanned work, which is inefficient in its very nature. So now stay on the left-hand side and go all the way down to the umbrella. If you don't have a system of workflow management, when you get to number 5, which is engage, and engage is like when you actually have to, gotta go do this thing. I'm gonna engage. Then what you end up doing a lot is you just hope it's right. Right? I am driven by the latest and the loudest. Anybody ever felt that way before? Driven by the latest and the loudest. People are the squeaky wheel gets the grease or whatever.
I think in education sometimes we fall at the altar of being available. You know,
Yeah.
I was a principal. I didn't have APs or anything of the sort, right? And so when I started, it's like I got to be available, right? I got to have the open door. I had to say, well, and then what ended up happening is really nobody has to be, because I might be meeting with a teacher and this person needs me and that person needs me. My radio's going off, my phone's buzzing, everything is occurring to where really like what should have happened, what ended up having to happen was pre-planning that time to say these 25 minutes, I'm going to focus on you. We're going to have our conversation about coaching or whatever it was, or I'm going to spend this 45 minutes in this PLC meeting and come whatever, we're going to be here. Like, it really allowed work to actually occur because we weren't at the altar of just being available.
Kelly's going to connect that later with the uncomfortable conversation. When you're having that, you better be 100% engaged in the conversation, because it's cruel if you're not. So hope it's right. I'm driven by the latest and loudest, unsure about what I'm doing, unaware of what I'm not doing. My inventory of actions is incomplete and out of date, and my intuition is inaccessible. Can't actually get to the creative, active parts of your mind because you're not sure it's all full. So now go to the guy with the pencil there in the middle of the page, and somebody, if you are actively engaged and you have followed the system in a correct way, then you can trust that wherever you choose to spend your time on. If Ken chooses to spend his time having 3 conversations with kids for an hour that he needs to have, he doesn't have to feel anxious during that hour that he should be doing A, B, C, or D. He knows that E, engaging with these 3 students for an hour, is the absolute most important thing he can be doing at that time. He'll be able to give his full attention and devotion to that. Somebody read that. So hope it's right is worst practice. Trust it's right is best practice. Can somebody read that? out loud, preferably.
I trust my judgment because my inventory of actions is complete and current, and my horizons of focus are in focus and integrated. My intuition is in play, vision sharp, decisions clear, and mind relaxed.
You know when you're in the zone, right? Don't you know when you're in the zone on any project, activity, conversation? And you also know what it feels like to be distracted. The more you can get organized, the less you can be distracted, and the more you'll be able to be engaged, and you'll be in the zone more, and your work will have flow to it, and everything will feel better. And you'll be able to get more and more done at a high rate of efficiency and effectiveness. If you like GTD, we'll give you an option at the end of the day to choose to dive deeper. Your coaches who we're going to introduce you to during lunch can talk to you about this. We're going to have another Zoom on this in September. And then October, when the coach calls you, they'll be able to ask you how your system is going. You may say, hey, done any mind sweeps lately? Are you feeling clouded up there, crowded, whatever analogy you want to use, you know? And I think you'll.
I would encourage, is a very easy place to start, just to give yourself some data to determine. You have a team of people that you lead, school leadership team in Central Office, whatever it might be. You have a team of people that you lead, makes a team of teachers, I don't know. Before you enter into a meeting, before you start that meeting over the next several weeks, and you're gonna talk about school schedules and the works of things, okay? Take 5 minutes at the beginning to mind sweep. And then just see the level of clarity that people bring to that situation. And I would bet, if I was a betting man, I would bet that those conversations will be better. You will have clear focus, intuition is in play, vision sharp, decisions clear, mind relaxed, because you've taken the time to get the things off your mind before they enter that.
You're saying let the people mind sweep.
Yeah, I'm saying take
Okay.
5 minutes, 10 minutes at the beginning of that meeting when you're all there, because they won't do it if you say, hey, do this before you come to me. But you take 10 minutes at the beginning, have your trigger list that's here, or have the one that's on this slide, whatever you want to say. Let's take 10 minutes, let's clear our minds. Let's do this thing. I'm gonna bet that you're gonna have a better meeting because of that. Because people are gonna be able to focus on the things that you have for them to focus on versus need to pick up dog food, need to get this schedule out, need to email this person, need to talk to so-and-so.
Then you've also taught them a technique, and now you're leading them in the process of helping themselves to gain more clarity and engagement.
Yep.
Kelly Thompson's going to talk us through lunch plans. She'll be your favorite trainer of the day. She's going to talk to you about how to get to eat, and then she'll come back and talk to you after lunch.
Thank you all for being so engaged this morning. We do appreciate that. So glad to see you. We're going to head to lunch. Please go out this door. Beth will be up there, but I think we've got turkey on one side, ham on one side, and then you'll just circle back in. If you have any questions on the way out, just ask me. We are going to have the book options up on this table, so sometime during lunch, if you want to take a look at those, because you're going to get to choose one of those later this afternoon, you can take a look at those, and then I'm sure Bart's going to be introducing you to the coaches and that kind of thing. When everybody gets back in here and we start eating, we'll just kind of, we'll at least go to 12:15, might be a little past that, but just enjoy your lunch, get up, stretch, and
If you have to step out, make a phone call during lunch, get outside for a minute. I think it's not raining. We understand. We're trying to cram a lot into one day. So we do want to introduce your coaches to you, but we won't do that until about 12:05. And right now we have 2 of our coaches here. We have another one on the way. And then 2 of our coaches are out of town today. So if we don't get to the introductions before Kelly and I start talking communication at 12:15, then we'll be able to introduce your coaches after the afternoon final session. Thank you all. This is not a lot different than the Fleener family vacation agendas. I told you I wasn't great at the details, but I actually love planning, like planning a practice schedule. But I never had a basketball practice schedule that I could get completely through because I was way too ambitious to cover way too many things in the amount of time we had together. So our family would go on vacation, I'd be like, we're doing this, then we'll do that, then we'll stop by the museum, then then we'll come back in the pool. And it'd be like, 2:30, we ain't even made it to the museum yet. And my kid's like, when do we come back to the pool? And I'm like, well, we're doing the museum, it's on the agenda. So we are trying to cover everything, but we're making some adjustments along the way this afternoon. So here's what's about to happen. Feel like literally in the next 10 minutes, you feel free to get up, move. I'm going to go over, along with Kelly, briefly the stuff we were going to do before lunch about communication, just to set the stage about how important it is. But we definitely want to give you the full time to hear about having tough conversations at work with your team members. We want to definitely do that because it's a vital topic, but number two, the video we're going to show you, we run out of the ability to show that on July 31st. So unfortunately for those folks that aren't with us today, they're going to listen to the podcast of this video that you're going to see, and they're going to have some worksheets to do. We will catch up to people that aren't here today, but you can kind of feel our gladness for you that you're physically present today, because there's going to be a lot to cover in a 1-hour Zoom with the people who aren't here today. We do have the recordings, but it's still not quite the same as you all like engaging with each other, engaging with the presenters. Did you just go through those? I'm just going to get on. Well, we're going to hit it like a rapid fire. Oh, you got that grandbaby picture too. Keep going. We're going to watch that video right there too, but go back to the beginning. So I said there were like 5 things I wanted to talk about when it came to communications. These are some simple reflections. There's generally always 2 people involved, the sender and the receiver. I know that sounds obvious, but I think a lot as a sender about me being the sender, and I don't think a whole lot about the receiver sometimes. Are they ready to hear what I've got to say? And then that goes to number 3. I'll come back to body language in a minute. Stephen Covey has the 7 habits, and number 5 is seek first to understand, then to be understood. I spend a lot of time in discussions being someone who is LTR instead of LTU. I like acronyms, you haven't figured it out already. LTR means you are listening to respond, right? You got somebody talking to you, they're talking, and you hear some noise, and you're talking, you're talking in the back of your mind, like, as soon as they finally close their mouth, I'm going to say this, then I'm going to say this, then I'm going to finish with this, and then it's over. Right? I drop the mic. And so I'm listening to respond. Well, what that keeps me from doing is listening to understand where they're coming from their perspective, from why it matters to that mom that, that is, as Lou Young says, they're sending you their best to school. They're not keeping it, they're sending you their best children from their house to your school. And that mom is saying, well, I know he's failing 3 classes, but your teacher doesn't like him. And you're having to try to seek first to understand before you jump in about being understood. So that takes time and patience, which are 2 hard concepts for me sometimes. Number 2, body language matters much more than you think. Kelly's when we get to those slides, you guys got to drop those percentages and the Moravian rule. You got to, did I say that right? Moravian. You got to tell them that too when we get there. That's important. It matters. Please be KFC. Please try to be kind, fair, and clear. We've even got the logo for you. I think it's easier to miscommunicate than it is to communicate well, I promise. I can think, I got it all covered. I know I did. Sometimes I actually don't, and my wife can't say, you never said that. In my mind, I so said it. I know I said it. I didn't actually ever say it. So when we have miscommunication, like, you never told me that. Yeah, I did, didn't I? No, you never said a word about it. Wow. Oh yeah, we're going about to see mom before we go to the blah, blah, blah. I thought I told you. Kind, fair, clear. When you see Colonel Sanders, next time, don't think about Kentucky Fried Chicken. Think about trying to be kind in your communications, fair, and clear. You can't make this stuff up. My brother called me yesterday. Our 90-year-old mom is in great health for a 90-year-old person. Her mind is super sharp. She has very clear opinions about things. And my brother said something that upset her on the way home from church yesterday, and he called me after. I won't go into all the details. He said, well, I hurt Mom's feelings today. He said, I thought it needed to be said, but he said, I think I probably was kind of harsh in how I said it. So he was already reflecting. I haven't talked to him about KFC, but he was saying that he thought he was fair in what he said. He thought he was being clear. But he said, maybe I wasn't as kind, because he said, I've been holding it in for a while. You know how this happens, right? You need to have that tough conversation more. You need to have it. You just keep swallowing and swallowing, and finally you just blow up on them and explode. Maybe I've been feeling this way for 3 months. And then their mind, they're like, why didn't you tell me 3 months ago? It's not their fault you didn't tell them 3 months ago, right? You got to own that for holding it in that long. So, kind, fair, and clear. Hit this one. You move the ones, you hit the ones you want. I'm going to introduce you first. This is Kelly Thompson. One of the most kind, fair, clear people I know, and somebody that can multitask with the best of them. I joined the GRREC team last summer. I realized that Kelly was leading our Project Prevent Safe Place grant. I already knew that because Oakville was one of the recipients of that. I knew that she led our principal networks. She was willing to launch the idea of having an assistant principal network last year that some of you may have participated in. She's going to launch an alternative school principal network this year. I came to her a few days back in June or sometime. I said, Kelly, I think if you had some more days, you worked 230 days for us, I think if you had 240 days, you could join the GRREC Leadership Coaching Program.
In your eye?
And she did that despite the fact she's got brand new grandbabies. So you know how devoted she is to the GRREC enterprise. She gets up and drives from Pierce, Kentucky every day to Bowling Green, about an hour. And she's awesome. And she's very detailed. And she keeps me, tries to keep me between the lines and on the rails, or whatever analogy you want to use. So I bring you Miss Kelly Thompson.
All right, glad to be here today. Am I on? Just get a handheld. How's that sound? All right, so, yes, Bart is right. I love working at GRREC. Absolutely love it. Now, I dropped in a picture of my grandbaby, so when we get to it, I misunderstood. We didn't do our very well getting clear when we were talking a minute ago. I thought we were saving these. Still don't know that I'm on. Yeah, I am. Okay, so when I get to it, I'll just stop and introduce you to my grandbaby, okay? All right, so communication strategies. Now, one thing I want you to know about these slides, they're still going to be in there. We had some activities, some things planned that I was going to do, but we definitely want to get to the crucial conversations piece. So, not saying that this is not important, but it is something that we do know, but we do need to review from time to time, okay? So, the 4 main areas that we were going to look at today was listening, the nonverbal communication, questioning, and then that emotional wellness and management, okay? So, I think Bart really wants me to share this.
How long is the video?
I don't know. No, it's not too long. How many, first of all, let me see, how many of you have seen this video? Oh, we definitely need to watch it. We definitely need to watch it. So I just want you to think through the lens of how do we listen in conversations? Do we always try to fix things? All right? And how do we truly participate in active listening? So those are some things I just want you to think about as you watch the video.
It's just, there's all this pressure, and sometimes it feels like it's right up on me, and I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head, and it's relentless, and I don't know if it's gonna stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever gonna stop.
Yeah. But you do have a nail in your head.
It's not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I'll bet if we got that out of there.
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing.
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
See, I don't, I think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail.
See, you're not even listening now.
Okay, fine, I will listen, fine.
It's just, sometimes it's like, there's this achy, I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all, and all my sweaters are snagged, I mean, all of them.
That sounds really hard.
It is. Thank you. Ow!
Come on, if you would just.
Don't.
Try to take things my way, so I have to keep on working till I can go on. We can work it out.
All right, so what do you think? It's not about the nail, is it? It's definitely not about the nail. All right? Is that what we want to do sometimes as leaders? We always think we need to fix things. We need to have the answer to everything. I'm here to tell you this is my 30th year, and a long time ago I got to the point where I didn't try to fix everything anymore because I'm not always the smartest person in the room, and I don't have to have the answers to everything. So give yourself a little grace as a new leader or a seasoned leader that you don't always have to fix everything, but you do need to be extremely good at being an active listener. Bart, I know you want to say something about that video, so just go for it. I mean, I can see it on your face back there, so.
Well, doesn't it feel good to be the fixer? Somebody comes to you, teacher comes to you, bus driver comes to you, and says, I really need it. And you fix it, and man, it feels good. Like, yeah, I fixed that, got that one taken care of, check that off the list. And then they start depending on you to fix all their stuff. And now you're fixing stuff all the time instead of helping them. And then the other part of that is my best friend Candy will say sometimes she just wants for me to have a reflective conversation with her. But I very quickly get to, well, if you just do that, that wouldn't happen anymore at work. She's like, just wait, the video is like spoke to me so clearly. She's like, basically, shut up. I don't need you to fix it. I need you to listen and let me process what I'm thinking about. So sometimes I've learned, like Ken, when I said earlier, I talked to the parent, what would you like to be the result of this if this resolution was just like what you wanted? So sometimes now I'll say to my wife or somebody at work, when they say, I need to talk to you, I've learned to say through cognitive coaching training, okay, great, glad to. Is this going to be a problem-solving conversation, or is this going to be a reflective conversation? Like, actually ask them what kind of conversation they want to have, and then try real hard to hold on to the answer that they give you, and not switch lanes and get in and be like, oh, I got this, I got to do it, I can fix it for you.
And I think that is one of the hardest parts of being a leader, is when we see it and we know, just like that nail, and you know that if you would just do this, your life would be so much easier. But until they come to understanding that and realizing it, it's not going to make any difference, Scott.
I just want to piggyback on what Bart said. I think it's really hard sometimes as a leader, as an administrator, because you will get this if you haven't, is when somebody comes to you and says, can I tell you something, but I don't want you to do anything about it. Because in human nature, we are fixers. And so they tell you something, and lo and behold, you have to do something about it. So, but I've had that to happen several times, and I think that's really hard when we don't want to get into a habit of fixing everything, so that takes all of our time, as Chase talked about earlier. But it's hard when you're in that role and people are coming to you and telling you something that has potential impact on student achievement or student learning, or just the overall school climate, and they don't want to do anything. But I guess they just want that reflective conversation at that point too. So.
You didn't get to be in your role without being good at fixing stuff. Does that make sense? So it's kind of counterintuitive to say, well, this is why they put me here, so I can fix stuff, right? And you are also crunched for time. Chase did a phenomenal job talking this morning about constructing your time. All these things tie together. The three big strands today: organization systems, communication strategies, and resiliency tools fit together like a hand in glove. Chase talked about your time. And when somebody comes to you, isn't it easier you know, the old teach a person to fish and all that, and give them a fish, whatever all that is. Isn't it easier sometimes just hand them a fish? Well, let me just get that for you. Let me just fix this, because it's gonna take you 30 minutes to work through this, and I don't wanna, I can fix this for you in 5, and then you fix it for them in 5, and you think that you saved time, but over the course of the year, you've actually cost yourself time, because you didn't enable them to work through it and become the solver. Teachers want that from assistant principals a lot. You gotta take care of Johnny, he's ruining my class, you know? Well, if they don't ever learn to take care of Johnny, it's just gonna keep coming back to you. It's gonna take longer for you to help them figure out how to take care of Johnny than for you to just take care of Johnny the first 2 or 3 times. You get it.
So true. When I was an assistant principal, of course, you know, we deal with behavior a lot, and I would always tell teachers that I'm happy to help you with little Johnny, but you need to know that Johnny's coming back. So we need to talk about what we're gonna do when Johnny comes back. So you always have to be figuring out how do you have those conversations. All right, so like I said, we're not gonna spend a lot of time on this. We're just gonna kind of move. This is a review. Active listening skills. I know that you all know these things. Sometimes I think what we do is we know it, but we don't always follow through with it. We don't always put it into action. So we have to make sure, I love that, train your mind and don't be distracted, all right, because we have so many things going on. Let's make sure that we do stay focused. We pay attention to those nonverbal cues, all of those things. And I think that asking deeper questions is so important as well. All
You
right?
like to train your mind? I'm sorry.
Yes?
You remember what Chase said today about before you have a meeting, let everybody have a mind sweep? Before you get ready to have a tough, uncomfortable conversation with an employee, if you know they're coming at 2 o'clock, you might want to do your own mind sweep about 1:45, or otherwise, you know what you're going to be doing between 2 and 2:30 in the middle of having this very important, tough conversation. You know what's going to be happening? Bounce, 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 pinballs. Oh man, got the meeting after school, got the thing tomorrow. Oh yeah, I forgot to pick up this. You might want to do a mind sweep first, because your mind better be clear or you will be distracted.
Being an effective leader is so much about taking care of yourself, keeping your mind clear, staying focused, all those types of things. Active listening, you know, we need to paraphrase, summarize, question, you know those things, but just practice them, all right? Be an active listener, okay? Really hear what they're saying, all right? Just like the nail video. Even though you know what's wrong, just listen, all right? Paraphrase it. Ask the right questions to get that person to thinking in the area that you want them to think about, all right? All right, here we go. This is what Bart wanted me to get to. Estimates suggest that communication may be as much as 70 to 93% nonverbal. All right, so when you're in a conversation, most of that conversation is around nonverbal cues. All right, I see lots of heads going like this, okay, because it's true. It's very true. And actually,
Kelly, you're the teacher, just keep teaching. I'm the administrator. I'm going to come down and check out your class while you're teaching. And then you will need to break away at some point and kind of tell me something that you want to talk about. And you all clearly tell me the time when I become disengaged. Because I got 3 more classrooms to get to. Keep going.
okay. So, Moravian's 738-55 rule of communication, I don't know if you've seen this before, but that adds up to the 93%, okay? And this is so important because we pay less attention to the words that are being said, more to the voice, but you're always paying attention to the face, okay? Just like, I mean, did I think that he thought anything I was doing was important when he was walking out the door over there? No? Looking at his watch.
Go ahead, just say, okay, class, work on your stuff.
You're driving me crazy.
Just say class. I gotta tell
Class,
Mr. Fleener something.
I need to talk with Mr. Fleener right now, okay? If you'll just take a minute and just look over that paper that I gave you, I'll be
Do a
right back.
mind sweep, anything you
I'll
want,
be right
whatever.
back.
All right, tell me.
Johnny cannot listen. He will not sit in that chair. He's up and down. He's all over the room. I can't even stand. drive me crazy. Every day I come to work, I try to do my best. I don't have any support around here. I can't get the parents to help me, and I can't get you to help me either. That's exactly.
I mean, the extreme is I've literally seen people walk off in the middle of a conversation, like when a principal, somebody's busy and the teacher's telling them something, and they just head it off, you know. You feel like that when you're pouring out your heart to somebody, and they clearly become disengaged. One of those things is physical, like we're not going to talk about, what is it called, proper distance or whatever, close talkers, proximity. But the physical thing of me having my shoulders act Kelly and actively engaged, as soon as I open my body up and she sees this part of my face, she knows that she just lost me. I mean, I don't literally probably do that when she's talking unless I'm really mad about something, but just the idea of I was here with her and then all of a sudden I do this, or I get a ding, and I don't even pull my phone out of my pocket, but it dings and I kind of like move it around in my pocket, and then I don't maybe not literally check my watch. Sometimes I kind of do like this, and look, without trying to make it obvious. Whatever I do with your shoulders, whatever, that's the 93% you were talking about, and then the face is, you can say a lot of things. You can say a lot of things with the face, facial expressions.
Yes, we do. We all do, and it's hard. All right, it's really hard, and I think that's one of the things when I was an administrator that I really tried to work on. All right, is to be present in the moment, even if I didn't want to be present in the moment. I listened. All right, but how all of those cues, all those nonverbal cues are so important. All right, so he's exactly right. I mean, he was not listening to anything, even though I was like, I need some help here. And when you feel that way and you're frustrated, then the problem is not going to improve. So we've got to make sure that we remember that 93%. All right, the 93%. I love, somebody read this Albert Einstein statement for me.
If I had an hour to solve a problem and my life depended on the solution, I would spend the first 55 minutes determining the proper question to ask. But once I know the proper question, I can solve the problem in less than 5 minutes.
I think sometimes that's what we do. All right, we don't think through situations enough to know, am I asking the right question? If I'm asking the right question, I will get to the correct answer. I will get to where I want to go. I will get that teacher or that team member to where I want them to be if I know the right questions. All right, so that's the reason I had in there about asking questions, okay? We're going to skip this because we didn't do that. Uh-oh. Oh, look at there.
There's Waldo.
Miss Whitley Joe. I thought I was doing my own introduction a while ago, and I didn't know we was doing those previous slides, so I just dropped this picture in there, and now I'm getting to it. All right, new grandma, I can't help myself, okay? I did tell you this is my 30th year, and it's getting harder and harder to say, yeah, I'm going to be back next year, so I'm just throwing that out there for Mr. Flame. I'm just kidding. I'm all in at GRREC, and I absolutely love my job, but I tell you what, it's hard sometimes to get up and come to work when you have that at home that wants to stay with you all the time. So anyway, all right, we're going to get into our crucial conversations piece a little bit, okay? And so the GRREC leadership team had an opportunity back in May, just because Bart allowed this for us, to attend some virtual sessions of the Entree Leadership Summit. I was not familiar with that prior to Bart, introducing that to us, and I'm telling you, it is something to check out, all right? And that podcast, Entree Leadership, that'll be dropped in somewhere here in a moment. You make sure that you need that podcast, all right? Lots of great information there. But we had the opportunity to attend some live sessions virtually, and we still have access to those, so we want to share one with you today. But before I get to that, I want you to think about this question. Okay, what are the toughest types of conversations you've had or been involved in? So just take 5 seconds and kind of think about that.
Somebody with a blue card, tell us an answer, please. I don't know who has blue, so I just have to ask. You can have somebody talking. I was trying to get somebody talking.
Yeah.
My first year as assistant principal, there was a parent that was visiting during lunch, and she brought her boyfriend, and they got way too physical for an elementary school. So I got the opportunity to have a very uncomfortable conversation.
I love that she had the opportunity to have that tough conversation. I like that. All right, somebody else. Yes.
Switching, I just came into this new leadership role, so prior to leaving my old role, my supervisor's supervisor came to me asking what he could work on. And if you know the background, that's not something that he is actually good at accepting as criticism, so knowing that in the back of my head, having to almost tiptoe around and be very selective with my wording and how I presented my face and my nonverbals, along with what I was taught, that was very uncomfortable, but needed to be done. So that was a hard conversation.
Yes, very tough, very tough. Anybody else want to share?
Staff dress code.
Pet peeve, sorry. It's my pet peeve. Yes, those are tough conversations to have. Very tough conversations to have. We had it when I was an administrator. I probably shouldn't share this, but I will anyway. There was a student teacher that her university professor said during one of the conferences, do you think there's is there anything wrong with me knowing what color underwear you have on today? And I mean, like, literally, I'm trying to keep my face, and I thought, wow, what a question to ask a new teacher. But, yeah, there's lots of those tough conversations that come about. Anybody else want to share?
Anytime you have to have a conversation with someone when you're not going to rehire them, especially when it's during COVID, you have to do it over Google Meets.
Oh, yes, yes. And I think we experience as leaders tough conversations all the time, all right? We can call them uncomfortable, we can call them tough, we can call them crucial, they're all the same. They're just hard. They're just really hard. But we're gonna go through this live video session with Brendan Wojtko. I had to practice his name. And here's the podcast, so you'll know what the icon there looks like, okay? But this is phenomenal, and I have watched it numerous times, and I have thought every time, I really wish that I had had this back when I was an administrator, because it would have helped me out tremendously. So Bart kept asking me, well, what's your plan on that? What time frames are you going to show? And I'm like, well, I'm really struggling with it, actually cutting out very much of it, because it is so powerful. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch sections of it, and then we're going to stop. We're going to have some conversations about it. What I love about this is he has a plan, all right? I love plans. You'll actually have this handout. It's on the right side of your folder, all right? So this is a great takeaway, all right? And he'll address a lot of the things on that today, so you might want to pull that out as we're going through. But he says you can overcome uncomfortable conversations in about 15 minutes, all right? And when I first heard that, I thought, I don't know about this. But he takes us through a scenario, and he talks us through the first few seconds of the conversation, the first 60 seconds, the first 90 seconds, all right? And he talks to us about this plan. And it is, I'm just telling you, it would have been for me life-changing when I was an administrator. So I'm hoping that you find it that beneficial as well. So what we're going to do is, John, if I need help, I'll just ask.
Kelly, we're watching the video, right? Of him talking at live streaming.
Yes.
You won't have access to this video after today. We're not recording this part because we purchased fair and equitable manner in their science classroom. And I'm going to have a conversation with them. Just know that. And if it goes well, then maybe it'll get resolved. If it doesn't, I may move to do an extra observation with them. You just follow the handbook, what's the thing we keep revising each summer? CEP, certified, no, it's called CEP, right, yeah. Certified Evaluation Plan, you got a committee, and it says what you can do and what it means to be put on a instructional improvement plan, and then the next steps, a corrective action plan. Ramsey, the 5 steps, first contact is the first step, Kelly, termination is the 5th step, and they don't have all the hoops to jump through that we do on the public education side. So I don't know if that answers your question. But yes, yeah, because here's what's gonna happen, if you don't mark those first 2 meetings down and document it, and later you go to their evaluation, and you say, hey, we've done this a couple times this year, they're like, I don't remember, when did you ever talk, you never talked to me about this. Man, yeah, I did, remember back in September when I don't remember that.
Previous principal always follows up with an email that summarizes what they talked about. She's accurate.
Yep, you're establishing to protect yourself as well through the process.
Hey, can I jump in real quick?
Please.
I would say that,
Yeah.
I'd say the biggest thing is applying the concepts though to the stuff that we talked about. So I have had the tenure teacher conversation. I have had the ultimate teacher conversation, and I was successful at it in whatever way you define as success. But I think part of that was being very kind, very clear, very fair on a recurring cycle over the course of an entire school year, to where when we got time to do what needed to be done, there wasn't any surprises. It wasn't like I met with a teacher twice or 3 times and it was like, oh, what's going, good. And I think that's what's important about the whole conversation, whether you're doing that or anybody, just in coaching, is by taking some of this stuff and embedding it just as the way that you do business. I think you see a lot more. You'll avoid having to probably do that really in the long run, because you're able to have those conversations before it ever gets to that point. Yeah.
And that person knows.
Yeah.
They know that you use compassion with you behind.
Exactly.
They'll also find a way off your team if you allow that pressure to be ratcheted up in a kind, fair, and clear way. They're like, I really don't want to put up with this next year. I think he's going to put me on a corrective action plan. I'll just go get a new job this spring. But if you just hold it in the whole school year, you're like, man, they're getting on my nerves. Then you get to the next fall and you still haven't done anything. You've not only been unclear with them, you've been unfair to your students, most importantly, and unfair to your team, and really unfair to yourself and your values. It's cruel for somebody to, like in Chase's spot, if he got to the spring and said, I don't think we're gonna renew you. Even the new teachers that don't have tenure, it's cruel to get there. And I know we say, well, you don't want to give them reasons because they can start doing all this, but at least somewhere along the way, they need to know that I need to do some things different. They've told me about this 3 times already.
100%. I would say, just in my experience, that setting up at the beginning of the year recurring conversation, right, is a huge step. It comes back to the time conversation. If you call a teacher and say, hey, I need to meet with you, it's something strange. I would also say only meeting with them after a walk or after an evaluation is also problematic, right? Like, I think about every 3 weeks, there's an intentional touch point. That's going to save a lot in the long run. But I had a weekly conversation with the teacher and the GRREC, but I think in every one of those conversations, they would say that every single time I was kind, fair, and clear. And I think that's ultimately what allowed those conversations to progress to where it didn't turn into something more than it had to be, because we were very clear from the beginning.
I know we're close to closing this subject up, and it's been hard with the stops and starts, but there's one thing in the podcast that I just started laughing when I was driving and listening to it, because I was like, oh, that really hit close to home there. So now you guys are going to go back and plan some conversations. I know you all. You got 30 minutes with somebody, right? After school, you set the tone, doors closed, nobody's interrupting, it's 3:30 to 4, most people are out of the building, they come in and sit down, and you try to do the compliment sandwich, right? What is a compliment sandwich, Coach?
Something good, and you get to the heart of it, and you end it.
Yeah, so you got this hard conversation plan, And 30 minutes in, and Brandon says, you know what happens a lot of times is you give them 28 minutes of all the wonderful things they're doing in your school and how lovely they are and how they helped on the bulletin board and they helped at the parent, teacher, PTA, watermelon, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then you hit them with a bombshell in minute 29, and then here comes minute 30, and like, all right, hey, gotta go, let's check in with you tomorrow. And you try to walk out and act like you had an uncomfortable conversation, because you really did. If you're gonna have it, you gotta have it. He said so many times early in his career, he thinks people left his office, and he thought he had an uncomfortable conversation, and they had no idea that he actually was trying to have an uncomfortable conversation. If they don't know it, and that's why you got to announce it in those first 90 seconds that, hey, we're going to talk about this today, and at this point, this is not a job deciding situation, but it is something that I want you to pay attention to. And if we were using traffic signals, I think it's a flashing yellow light, like, you need to take caution here that if this doesn't, over time get resolved, it could become a more. So, is it over? I don't know if they're able to do that. Did you go through the first 30 seconds?
We did talk through it. I gave you the handout, all right? You may not feel ready to do that, but I'm telling you, you have to plan these, okay? So, follow that plan. Establish that intensity. I gave you some examples of that. Suggest the outcome. Estimate the duration of the meeting. And give clarity. All right, that one sentence statement about the problem. All of those things need to happen in the first 90 seconds.
We got to have an exit ticket before they go to break, because when they come back from break, they're going to meet their coaches. We're going to transition to resiliency. So if you want to break, which I'm sure you do, you've been really engaged, you got to do an exit ticket first, like we do in the classroom. So I don't know what's more uncomfortable, finding somebody from your school you want to try to practice one with, or finding someone you've never met before today and having one. But just the first 90 seconds, if you want to go off script and have a different one, but at least, what does it mean to establish the intensity? That's when you say, like, I want you to know that today is not a job deciding conference. That's establishing the intensity, right?
Yes, so they're not worried about whether they're going to lose their job or not. You just tell them.
What is a suggested outcome in this bill case? Just so they.
Okay, so the suggested outcome may be that there are going to be follow-up coaching sessions. So we're going to be meeting, and we're going to be following through, working on. Okay, so whatever that might look like.
Bill's being late to the staff meeting. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
Well, he doesn't work well with others.
Okay, so he doesn't play well with the other kids in the sandbox. He comes late, and then he's not playing well with the other kids in the sandbox.
So there's going to be follow-up about that. So I'm going to be checking in to make sure,
Okay.
that you're on time, following up.
Here's what's tempting in a crucial conversation. You bring him in, and you say, Bill, you're in the weight room all the time. You're not getting to the staff meetings on time. We really need to fix that. I need you to be on time, and I'm going to check the next 3 staff meetings to see if you're on time. Can you do that? Well, she never really got to the heart of the matter, did she? You get to the easy stuff, like you know what I'm saying? I mean, and some of that is technical. He does need to be there at 3 o'clock so other people aren't watching walk in at 3:10. But the much bigger issues are the much squirmier ones, like, and you're tossing negative comments out. Because then he'll say something. He can't really fight that he wasn't there at 3, he got there at 3:10. Can't really fight that. But what he can come back with is, oh, I don't think I'm negative. I just keep it real, it's my job on staff is to keep things real for people. I've been here 17 years, seen a lot of leadership change. I just keep it real. And now that's a lot harder, but you can't avoid that one either. And that's where the clarity in, I have heard you, I've documented that this has been said. I actually heard you say this in a faculty meeting back on August 12th. You may not have thought I heard you, but I did. And then, so, suggest the outcome. Tell them how long the meeting's going to be. We're here for 30 minutes today, or whatever.
Yeah, we're going to be here for 15 minutes.
And give clarity, one sentence that articulates a problem. So don't make it about being late to meetings. Drop the bomb that your negativity on our team is causing difficulty. One example is you don't show up to meetings on time, but that's not the heart of it. They're not showing up at 3 is not the heart of the issue. The heart of the issue is the negativity that they're providing to your culture, and then you could use that as an example. So
That's part of the scenario of trying to dig in to figure out what is the most important part of the conversation.
So we don't have a lot of time, but you gotta, we'll change it from 90 to 60. So get a partner, sit with them. You don't have to go to their side of the bench right now. You can be on the other side of the bench. That's fine. Say who's going first. Role play. The coaches will be walking around. All our GRREC folks will be walking around. And if we're like, ooh, you know, that means like you might have hit them with a hard zinger or something. I don't know. Read our body language. We'll let you know how good you know. I'm just kidding. All right. Once you get those two done, you take a break. We're coming back at 1:30 because we are prepped. No, we're coming back at, we'll finish this by 1:30. Come back at 1:40 and we'll push after that. All right. You guys want to coach it? School in Jasmine County, and I learned so much from the students that year. We were talking about it this morning. My question was, what's something you used to believe that you don't believe anymore? I used to believe you could tell a kid to do something because, you know, like as a coach and somebody who played for a coach, when a coach would say, well, you're going to do this because I said so, that was a good enough answer. My first couple of weeks at Providence School, you know, I'm telling these kids, like, no, you're going to be in class, you're going to listen to the teacher. I'm the assistant principal. I said that's what you're going to do, that's what you're going to do. I could barely get finished with a sentence before they started cussing me out and telling me what they weren't going to do and who was I to do to da-da-da. And I finally figured out, like, I'm actually going to have to listen to what they have to say because I'm either going to listen to it on the front end or the back end. So I started listening, and she taught me that, and she taught me how to still hold them to an accountability standard. But she says in this middle of this paragraph, she was a health and PE teacher, and in 1989 she went to do a practicum in counseling and got to work with 15 of the district's most challenging ninth graders. The job changed me into a more passionate educator and had a deep impact on how I view my role in educating young people for the rest of my career. She went on to be a counselor at Wilmore Elementary, and then 7 years later, Jasmine County said, please, we want you to transition and start our alternative school, which she did. It was called Jasmine Central. I hear her talk about the trailer and being out in the trailer with 7 kids and them taking off and running and going downtown, and her deciding whether to chase them or stay in the trailer with the other 6. I've heard those stories, but it was just her to the point where she grew it into the Providence School, which is one of the best, in my mind, alternative schools in the state of Kentucky. They treat students with dignity, and many times after they get there, they don't want to go back to their other school. They're like, they're in. It's the first time they felt, you know, cared and valued, and this works for me. This education works for me. She retired in 2014. She's worked for the Kentucky Center for School Safety. She's worked in the DPP office in Jasmine County Schools, and last but not least, she is now a member of the Board of Education for the Jasmine County Schools. So she is an elected officer in Jasmine County, is one of the 5 board members that works with Matt Moore, their superintendent. Somebody works with alternative school, Marion County. And I told him this morning, Denise Adams is your coach, and so I'll put both, Denise will get both of you Marion County Knights, and we'll figure out the rest later. Joanna Jones joined us. She's beginning her 2nd year as PBIS consultant here at GRREC. Proud WKU graduate, principal here in the Warren County Schools. She served as principal of Cumberland Trace, Lincoln Elementary, and was the assistant at Briarwood Elementary. Also served as a school counselor and an elementary teacher. She's worked extensively with PBIS, Leader in Me. She's certified trainer for the Cubby organization, and she does some site-based training for us. And I called her on Saturday as we continue to grow our number of candidates. And I said, hey, you got a full-time job at GRREC, but I got another opportunity for you. And she jumped at it. She already had a training schedule today in Owensboro, so she couldn't be with us. Next, I'll bring up Mr. John Ballard. John Ballard, in his last role, sat here in the GRREC as a board member and superintendent of Elizabethtown Schools. And I'll let him tell you a little bit more about himself as one of our coaches here.
Okay.
Thank you, Bart. As Bart said, my name's John Ballard. I originally from Elizabethtown, was a student there at Elizabethtown High School, and after going to University of Kentucky, go Cats, came back 4 years later and taught at the same high school that I went to, taught math there for 10 years before getting into administration. And when I got into administration, I moved down to Barron County and lived in Barron County for 7 years, and was fortunate enough to have, of course, I had 10 years experience at the high school. I got a year of assistant principal at a middle school there, and then 3 years of principalship at an elementary school before going into the central office there as the director of pupil personnel for 3 years. And then I moved back to my home county of Hardin County and was the DPP there in E-Town schools as well as Hardin County schools, and also served for 7 years as the associate superintendent for human resources in the Hardin County schools. So, I know it sounds like I couldn't keep a job, but that's kind of the way it was. But had a lot of good experiences. Those 7 years in Hardin County were, Hardin County was the 4th largest district in the state, so had about every personnel issue you could possibly come across. And you always think, boy, I haven't seen that before, and you think you've seen everything, but I don't think you'll ever see everything. You never know what's going to happen. And then the final 7 years of my career, I went back to my home district at Elizabethtown, where I served as the superintendent until last year in January. I announced my January of 19 or 20, announced my retirement, and of course then the next month along came the COVID, and so everybody like, oh yeah, you're just bailing out of here. But I promise you, I didn't know it was coming, but I did stick around a little extra to help with the transition with the new superintendent. But I've been retired now for a year, and I know that the last year for you all has been very unique and a trying time, and you've probably come up with a lot of new scenarios. But I look forward to working with you and sharing some of the experiences that I've had, and hopefully that can help you out, because I know that you all have very tough jobs in what you do, and each and every day provides a challenge, and hopefully I can help you in some way. So I look forward to that.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Chris Reed.
My name is Chris Reed. I'm from Elizabethtown, Kentucky. I started my career in 1991 in Clark County. It was starting my 31st year. I worked there in my hometown, brought up in LA to this, and then I came to Hardin County, where I was able to keep a job in one district, stay there the whole time. But I did coach. I taught school, was a football coach and track coach. I wasn't even going to tell you about my track coach. I just figured about my physique. You know, I was a long distance runner. But anyway, I did that for a few years. Then I did some stint as assistant principal and principal at Central Hardin. And then I moved on to central office, where I was DPP for 8 years. I also did the associate superintendent for human resources, basically making sure people didn't get their money and their honey at the same place. I did that for a while. And then I moved on to, Hardin County changed their, the setup of central office, and went from 4 associates to 2 chiefs and a deputy, so I became deputy superintendent over student services and stayed with HR. So I finished out my career in that role, and I moved to St. Paul Catholic School, which is a little school in Grayson County on the Hardin County side. I'm still there. It's K through 8 school, so I'm K through 8 PE teacher, middle school health teacher, middle school keyboarding teacher, preschool lunch fixer and deliverer, custodian, and school safety officer. Then after that, I do principal stuff too. But it's a great gig. I love it. I was glad to be able to do that. But I will say this: I'm glad that you guys are looking. I know everybody's in a different spot. I'm so glad that you're looking at crucial conversations, because what's going to happen is, the further you go in administration, the less time you're going to have to prepare. You're not going to have time to plan for one eventually. You're going to be sitting in an HR role, and you're going to have a serious issue between a teacher and students that's going to drop right on you, and that conversation's going to happen right then without any time to plan. And that's kind of where you're going. And I was just thinking back, I wish I would have had some of this before I get into those roles. But that's going to be positive for you, and I hope that I can, I'm a lifelong learner, so I plan on learning as much from you as you will from me, and I'm looking forward to being a mentor for whoever we get. So I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We talked about podcasts earlier. I would be remiss if I didn't let you know that John and Chris actually have their own education podcast. No joke. We'll put it in their biography. It's called EduCash.
Edu-CACHE for new and aspiring teachers, so feel free to share that with your teachers. Thank you, Mark.
EDU-CACHE. They first told me I thought it was EduCash because we make so much money in education. I thought, well, that makes sense, EduCash, you know, we're making a killing. Don't have to work in the summer, don't have to do anything, you know, like, but it was cash, like a file, a set of files that help them kind of figure out what it is they want to pay attention to.
It's on Apple Podcast if you want to. This is my 15th year also being an associate, I guess, part-time teacher for Western. I teach elementary education classes. That's kind of how that came about, learning what needed to be said. So John and I have kind of got together and I've enjoyed doing that so far. So hopefully that'll help out some younger folks.
Thank you. All right, I already gave this next guy's name, but this is Steve Fromeyer. Crazy enough to hire me, give me my first job, and I'll never forget him for that. And I've learned so much from him. We've stayed in contact ever since. We only worked together officially for 3 years, but he's been one of my mentors that I still call on a regular basis when it comes time for any big decisions in my life and our families and friends to this day. Steve Fromeyer.
Bart was the best hire we've made, and I don't just say it because he's in the room. And when we were in the committee interviewing, honest to goodness, the conversation went like, well, he'll never stay here. He's a strong candidate, he's bright, articulate, kids love him, and I said, it's better to have Bart for 3 years and lose him than to not have Bart for 3 years. And so we went ahead and hired him, and sure enough, 3 years he was gone. It's like we anticipated. But he had a tremendous impact on our school in a very short amount of time. And he was clearly had those gifts of that it factor that you see in some teachers, and they just have it. You know, they know how to relate to kids. They know how to what kids need at the time and how to individualize and so forth. So I'm not surprised Bart's where he's at in the career he had. It was obvious from the beginning. My start was, I grew up in northern Kentucky. I went to EKU and met my wife, who was from California. We got married and moved to Louisville. While I was in Richmond, I worked at Madison Central High School there. Then when we moved to Louisville, I taught at Louisville Central High School. And then there was a counseling/football coaching position open in Evans. And everybody said, don't do it. Don't do it. It's a dead end. The year before, they had scored 1 touchdown in the entire season. They were shut out 9 times. And they were getting ready to drop football. And, but I wanted to be a counselor. And it was a K through 12 school. So I got to be a K through 12 counselor. Got to learn how to counsel kindergarten kids, which was awesome. And especially the high school training. So, I told one of the kids, I came in to do a little session with the kids, said, take your seats, and say, oh, got up and grab your seat. Kindergarten teacher said, you got to understand, they take you literally, you can't just say anything. So I enjoyed that role a lot. When I was in Edmonds for 30 years total. I was able to keep a job. And, but I did all kinds of roles there. I was athletic director. I started the girls softball program, did that for 8 years, coached track, coached basketball, and was head football coach for 30 years. I was principal of the middle school when Bart was there, and then I became principal of the middle school and the high school for a while. That principal there for 22 years, and then I retired at public school, and I've been principal at St. Francis Associated in Louisville for the last 8 years, so this will be my 9th year doing that. So that's kind of my background. I really love the concept that you guys have put together in terms of coaching and supporting each other. I hope I'm some small help. I've seen as these other guys, you stay in this business long enough, you see a lot of stuff. And experience is a great teacher. And so any way that our experiences can help you
so much, Coach. I'll always refer to Steve as Coach, so that's a term of endearment there. He lived in Louisville and I lived in Louisville, and we drove him, and so we drove together a lot of mornings. I probably made him late to school on more than one occasion, I'm pretty sure. But we got to ride together for 3 years, 45 minutes up, and at the end of the day, 45 minutes back. Probably most of the year. I mean, sometimes during basketball season we drive separate, but I soaked up so much knowledge and learning from him in those rides back and forth that I wouldn't give anything for those times together. It's pretty cool because when he retired from Eminence, he literally took the job at St. Francis, which he can walk to from his house in Louisville. So after being in the car for an hour and a half every day for 30-some years, he now can walk to work. And I got to go visit him at his school just 3 or 4 years ago, and it was cool to see him in that element. He's also meets all the qualities of an ideal team player. There's a book by Patrick Lencioni. We read it last summer. I should have put it on our list, but I didn't. I won't, Kelly. It's the ideal team player, the 3 virtues of an ideal team player. They are humble, they are hungry in the figurative sense, and they are smart in the people sense, okay? Not in the ACT sense, which I'm sure that he is as well. But Coach Frommeyer has always embodied those characteristics to me. He's humble, he's hungry, and he's smart. He's so humble, he won't tell you that Eminence still has football, and they kept it, and that they started winning after he got there. And I got to watch us have 3 great seasons, and then during the late 90s when KHSAA brought 8-man football back into existence, Eminence graduated about 35 students a year back then. So if you do the math on that, that's 17 and a half males, and that's like 670 people to choose from on a high school football team, if they all played. So if we had 18 or 19, that was great, but during the time when KHSAA had 8-man football, in the late 90s and early 2000s, they won how many state championships?
7.
There you go. So from almost not having a team to winning 7 state championships. He didn't mention that, you notice, in his introduction, because he's just that kind of guy. He's that kind of leader. He's humble, very hungry for learning. I think I modeled some of my love for learning and eagerness to learn after him. And smart with people, always. Willing to listen and figure it out, and he was patient in that we're not going to get it all figured out the first time. This is a process, Bart. It's a process. It's going to take a while, and he helped me a lot in that aspect. We got 5 great individual coaches. If you ever get assigned, it'll be awesome. I'm ready to transition now, and these people have been waiting all day for their turn at bat. They got an awesome subject. If you didn't know about need and resiliency before last year, I know you know about it now. But I think we knew about it before then. I'm not good at trying to find a slide. And keep talking, I just have to stop. I asked him for 2 slides. I did not quote the famous philosopher Mike Tyson earlier. I don't know if you guys know him. He's a boxer of fame. When you said about everybody having a plan, there's a quote in one of those books that says, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And after that, you have to adapt your plan, right? You have to change. Well, Mike's not my favorite boxer. My favorite boxer of all time, like many of you all, is Sylvester Stallone, a.k.a. Rocky Balboa. And he taught us about resiliency like no other. I mean, they're going to tell you all the details about resiliency, but the Rocky quote I always like, I don't know, he gets a lot of quotes attributed to him. It's something like this. See him on the steps of there in Philadelphia where his statue is. Our greatest glory is in not in falling, but rising every time we fall. Another way we say that is, it's not how many times you get knocked down, it's how many times you get back up. And so they're going to talk to you about resiliency, and I want you to listen in 2 ways. First, listen for yourself. I'm telling you to be selfish. We don't normally tell you to be selfish as an educator. I'm telling you to be selfish about this and listen for yourself first. Because before you're an educator, or more importantly than your educator status, you have a family, and you're trying to take care of your health and your family's health, and that's really, really, really important. And I saw Coach Frommeyer model that too. in that he was the busiest person I could ever imagine when he was doing all those roles at Eminence, but made time for his family as well. And I watched him deal with his children over the years. And that's why, so be selfish, pay attention to resiliency for yourself. And then your job as a leader is to grow it on your team and among your team members. And selfishly, that'll make you a better leader. It'll make your team better, stronger. People will brag on your team. You won't have as much turnover in your team. You'll start to win awards, and consistency will come through, and people will want to come work for you. And so that's why another reason why my mind resiliency is so important. Linda Tyree, retired Butler County counselor, and joined us last fall as the crisis response coordinator at GRREC. I think we're the only co-op still. I don't say that and brag, but I think we are the co-op. It started this about 20 years ago. We have a crisis team. So sadly enough, we get called out 4 or 5 or 6 times a year.
We did 13.
13, see? There you go. My brain was 6. It's double that. When a school has a tragedy of any kind, they'll call us, and Linda will take herself and her team, which we have how many members? 40 members. Some of you all, some of your counselors, you may be on the team. Hart County counselor may want to join the team. You can see Linda after. That's something you want to do. Sherlyn has been on the team, and Sherlyn is now joining our GRREC team with Chase on our CRRSA team as a social emotional learning specialist. They're doing a presentation at KSA. They're going to give you a dry run of that today, and they've got assistance from Bobby and Grace, who have helped us with a learning inventory energy inventory that they're going to explain to you, and you'll be able to take this electronically and a paper copy that you can take for yourself and go back and do with your team if you want. And you can model that for your team about why it's so important. All 3 topics, I could argue that all 3 of them are the most important topic of all. You can even rank them in your brain. I don't know if we asked them to do that on the evaluation or not. We debated that. Not most important, but which one stands out to you as the one you really want to get your mind around. But I can make a strong argument for resilience. I know it's last on our order of 3 today, but it doesn't make it last in my mind. So, Linda and Shirley.
I will tell you that we're going to go kind of quickly because it's summer and y'all are probably ready to go home, right? So we're not going to drag on. We are doing this presentation at KSA in July. Probably a lot of you already signed up for KSA. If you're not, you should. If you need a professional organization, that's definitely a great one. We also want to tell you that you're going to have access to the slide deck, and you're going to have access to our email addresses. Our cell phone numbers are attached to that. So we're here to help you. We're here to support you. So if there's something that you see that we go through really quickly, just let us know, and we will make sure that we reach out to you and maybe offer some support. I'm pretty loud. You think I need your mic too? After 30 years in education, I didn't think I'd need a mic. Am I on?
Yes, you
Can
are.
you hear me? Okay. When you get that teacher voice, you do pretty well. Then we're in VBS this week too, so I'm using my teacher voice at night and during the day. All right, so here's what we want to start with. Just kind of give you a minute to look over that. We use this sometimes with our crisis team, but you can substitute the word suffering and loss for just stress, anxiety, difficulty. When we're there, when we're with someone who is going through that, we say this with our crisis team all the time. If you're sitting with someone who's hurting, and most of you have probably had a family member or a friend that's hurting, when you're sitting with someone who's hurting, when you get up, you take part of that with you, don't you? That's a gift you give someone who's in a crisis situation. You're kind of carrying part of that load. So when you walk through those waters, don't think for a minute that you can walk through them and not get wet. So you may think like I did, you're just superwoman, Superman. I can do this. I always tell this story. Bart and I do youth mental health first aid training together. And I did, our team responded to Marshall County after the shooting 3 years ago. And I had done that for about, 11, 12 years at that time. And we had done student murders. We had done accidents. We had done staff deaths. And I thought, you know what, I can do this. We knew it was big because we saw on the news before we even got called in from the state. But I
I went, I thought, this is great. Shirley and I would ride back and forth together. We drove, it was probably, 2 hours, Shirley? So we kind of debrief on the way home. And I thought, I'm doing great. Because I'd go to my office at night and work on whatever I missed that day. And one day my custodian walked through. It's probably 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and I'm trying to catch up what I missed that day. And he would walk through and he'd just pop my lights out. That was just kind of what he would do there. Hey, Miss Tyree, how you doing? Big, burly guy. And I said, I'm doing good. He said, what are you doing here so late? I said, well, I've been to Marshall County. I just burst into tears. I had no idea that was coming. This big old burly guy came over there. He's like, you sure you're okay, Miss Tyree? Is there somebody I can call? Like, he was like, I don't know what to do right now, but I want to help you if I can. And we realized right then, our crisis team, we don't need to do, that was my 4th day in a row. And I think Shirley and I talked about it. 3 days max. You are in it every day, right? You're walking through these waters every day. So, what kind of waters do you walk through? What kind of hats do you wear? In the essence of time, just yell out some of your responsibilities. Anybody here back? Back? I was always the back. Anybody here transportation, dealing with what? What are some responsibilities? HR, what else? Discipline. Tell me some other responsibilities, some other hats you wear. Maintenance, custodians, food services, event planning. I mean, all of these things probably we could say we all deal with parents, with students, with safety. So there's so many different hats that we wear, so many different, I know sometimes I get emails, I work for the Center for School Safety as well, and I'll get emails from people around the state, and they'll, on their email tagline, they'll have like 10 things listed. Johnson County, we just went to Johnson County, and that's a small county, and those poor central office people, they have like 10 titles, each one of them. So we have a lot of different hats that we wear, right? And each one of those carries some weight. Each one of them carries some stress.
So can you hear me without the microphone? Nope. Okay, so talking about stress, there are different levels of stress. And the first one is positive stress, and this is one where, your heart rate increases. This could be like going to the doctor's office, going on vacation, because how many times have we said that we go on vacation, but then when we come back, we need to go on vacation again because we're still so tired. So it's that moment of, getting your blood pressure up a little bit. It could even be watching a sporting event or participating in an event. Tolerable is where it's serious, it's a little bit temporary, but you have a support system. And so that's the difference between tolerable and toxic. Toxic is where you do not have that support system. So it's where, your emotional abuse, whether it's, it could also be emotional abuse, it could be drug abuse. And this is where COVID-19 has fallen into place. Because a lot of people who have dealt with COVID-19, this is where they are, whether it is our students, some of our faculty members, any of them could be falling into that category right now because they had that separation from a lot of family members, a lot of people. They didn't have that support system. And so when we talk about stress, stress isn't always a negative thing. It can be a positive, but we just have to learn how to build that resiliency. And as adults, most of us know and we have that resilience. It's our students. We have students that just blow up in our classroom, and teachers are always like, why are they blowing up? Why can't they, just calm down? They've not learned that self-regulation. They've not learned those tools yet. And so we have to teach them those tools because sadly they're not getting those from home. So when we're talking about those things, I want you to think about, have you seen this? And this could be in yourself, in your staff, in family members, friends, any of these things. The first one obviously relates to work, but has there been a mass exodus? Have you seen a lot of staff members, leave? You mentioned a while ago, no, you don't have any friends, because they all retired. But there's some that they just left. Some left education, some left, to do other things.
So kind of think about those kind of things. You know, we need to figure out if that is really what's happening, why is it happening? Is it because they're retiring for, you know, because they've met that age limit, and they want to move on to something else, or is there something else going on between that? A reluctance or resistance to collaborating with students. You know, you might have had a teacher who was just constantly going out and doing different things, and then notice from before COVID until, you know, the end of COVID, that they were more resistant to that. They didn't want to go out. They didn't want to be, you know, with other people. They were more pessimistic. They were withdrawn. They were isolated. So think about some of those people who they've changed during this time. And those are the people that we need to watch, okay? And we need to provide some supports to during this year. Because when we come back in August, it's not going to be a normal year. I mean, even though, you know, we're hoping that we'll be back, you know, and the plan is for 5 days and we're all going to be back, it's still not going to be a normal year. So we're still going to have to watch out for our people and make sure that we're watching out for attendance issues or tardiness from our employee, you know, like your faculty members. Trying to go fast. All right, so there are basically 4 conditions that we're going to talk about. Compassion fatigue, occupational burnout, secondary traumatic stress, and vicarious trauma. Compassion fatigue, the first 3 that I mentioned, those are typically dealing with people who are in the helping profession. So compassion fatigue is a state of tension. It's a preoccupation. So it is dealing with people, you know, like if we're constantly listening to different traumas, or we're caring for, or we are helping them deal with that, we are taking that on. It's a little bit different from secondary traumatic stress in that we kind of re-experience that trauma event. And the biggest characteristic of compassion fatigue is the second to the last bullet, where it's physical and emotional exhaustion. You just cannot make yourself go. You know, it could be, that's that increase of absenteeism or tardiness. And so a lot of times, compassion fatigue, people are they're just too tired to be able to continue on. Occupational burnout is the biggest difference between compassion fatigue and occupational burnout is that burnout only focuses on your energy, but it's not your physical. So you get tired, but you can physically make yourself go. The problem is that you might actually go, you just don't actually show up, if that makes sense. So you are there, they do the work. You know, have you ever met somebody who shows up every day, but they're really not there for 100%, right? Okay, I'm seeing some head nods. So, and then there's those people who sit in the back at faculty meetings, and when you say, hey, we need to try and do this, we need to do this, and they're like, I don't know why, it's not gonna work. Everything that we've done before, that didn't work either, so why are we gonna do this? This is occupation, that's typically occupational burnout. It's where they show up, but they're really not in it. Secondary traumatic stress, that's kind of what we were talking about, what Linda spoke about with Marshall County. You know, that was one great thing is that when we drove back, we did get to kind of talk, but I did the same thing. You know, I had teachers coming in, you know, when we got finished with our 4 days, and I had teachers coming in, and I just lost it one day. And they were just like, I don't know what to do now, you know, and they just kind of give you that deer in the headlights look, like, I don't know how to help you. And I was just like, it's okay, it's okay. But secondary traumatic stress is where you're listening to all of those firsthand experiences. And you're hearing those and you start feeling, you know, what they have went through. And you just really empathize with them. And so that's secondary traumatic stress. Vicarious is where it changes your worldview. So you kind of think about this in Holocaust victims where, Holocaust victims is the one that kind of comes to mind. Slavery is another one that comes, that it was part of their family history. And so when vicarious trauma, it changes their worldview. You hear a lot of it coming back now with some of the social injustice that's happening. And so you hear a little bit of that coming back and being valid during that time. The first one is Professional Quality of Life Survey, and this one's a really good one. It's really quick. It's, there's a link on the slideshow that you all will get. This one, when you take it, breaks down those three: compassion fatigue, occupational burnout, and STS. And so when you take it, it will tell you where you are on the scale for each of those. The Holmes Race Stress Inventory breaks down, it tells you the level of stress that you were at. So I would really encourage taking these maybe September, October, and then taking them again like maybe in February with you and your staff, and just kind of gauge of how the year is progressing.
Okay, man, they are going through this quickly, and I know that's a lot. Resilience is one of those topics that we can all go on and on about. So I know you were asked to bring a device. So you can use a computer, a phone, whatever you have. If you wouldn't mind going to the bit.ly, and when you go to a bit.ly, you have to type it exactly as it's written. So capital KLCE, and then the rest of energy, and the capital INV. Now you will be completing this. It's the KLC Energy Inventory from Kansas. And you will be completing this as they created the leadership inventory. It does ask and collects email addresses. I will tell you, we don't care about your email addresses. We are hiding those on our spreadsheet. So we want you to feel free to complete this as is. The reason it collects your email address is so that it can send you today's survey results, or so that you can see those. So what you'll do is you'll just go through each of the topics: the physical, the intellectual, emotional, and spiritual energy. Just put a check in the box next to the ones that you currently are doing. Are you having difficulty? Is anybody able to get there? Is it opening? It is opening for you? Okay. You don't, I don't even know if you have to do the HTTPS. If you just type in bit.ly/capital KLCE energy, capital INV.
It is INV, it looks like L and V at the end, but it's INV.
So we will give you a few minutes. We'll respect your time so that you can complete that. If you have difficulty locating it, please raise your hand.
Okay.
Okay, if you're having any issues, I will tell you in your folder, you have a green copy, a green hard copy, and you have a white hard copy. And the reason being is because Bart was thinking that if you like this inventory and you want to use it with your staff or people that you work with, you might want a hard copy that you could make copies of. But we would like for you to pull out the green copy as soon as you're finished, or even if you're not able to get in. If you don't mind to pull out that green copy.
If
they do the other Bentley later, we'll still get those results, right?
Yes, it will be open, so we'll have that linked in when we share the slides with you.
We were trying to gather some results from a corporate group of people, again, not trying to dig into your results individually, just a way to send you back those, that's why we asked for the email. We want to be able to add up and gather over time some data to say that this many people appear to have these physical energy practices that tend to help them. Where this whole energy inventory comes from is a group called KLC, is Kansas Leadership Center. They do a lot of work around adaptive leadership. I'm actually participating in a training tomorrow and Wednesday in Lexington, and Thursday, Friday here in Bowling Green with Jim Flynn, former Simpson County Superintendent, and Nick Bragg, former Owensboro Superintendent. We're doing a whole training, a 2-day training on adaptive leadership. But in one part of that, they talk about managing yourself, manage self. And one of it is that we get drained by certain things and we get energized by certain things. Can someone care to share one thing that gives you energy, that is energy infusing for you? Alone time. Just being able to have some time and space. My son says that, 23 years old, and he's out of college. He's home with us for a little bit as he gets ready to do a new job, and so he's going in his room for a while and close the door, and I'm like, you okay? He's like, yeah, I just need to get, he's trying to say it nice, but I just need to get away from y'all for a while. We just need some alone time. Anything that's draining for you, anything that drains your energy.
Negativity.
All right, yeah, it's just like drown. Oh my gosh, can't you just, yeah. What about times of day? Are there times of day when you have more energy than other times? Yeah. So, I'll get into that, but I think you being able to use this for yourself first, but also maybe being willing to share it with your team. So, if they don't mess with the biddler, if they're getting hung up, they can just do the.
Absolutely. I would suggest that you use the green copy because the white copy would be easier to copy if you're going to share it with anyone later. And Bart added some additional markers. On the front you'll notice you have a check mark for things that you're already doing, an asterisk for what you want to increase your practice of or you want to add to your practices, a question mark, something you might be interested in, but you need to learn some more, and then an X for things that just do not fit into your lifestyle. Not everything is meant for everyone. But one of the things when you go through this in the 4 sections, something will probably stand out to you as an area that you're not as focused on. So we're doing this as well here at GRREC. And whenever I did this, I'll be honest, my emotional energy only had 2 check boxes. So if you have that, I might want to focus there. I might want to spend some extra time building up that emotional energy. I'm kind of standoffish, but that's neither here nor there. So when you go through these, I'm going to go through and add some asterisks for some things that I probably need to add in. So this makes you look and think about how you're going to adjust for the upcoming year because you're working on yourselves and improving yourselves. And so you'll find out where those deficits are. Any questions?
I think to bring this conversation back to the beginning this morning too, as we think about your time, how you use your time, and how you take control of that, being aware of your energy, and being aware of the things that bring you energy, and understanding the times of the day and the activities and all those things, it's really important that you start creating your time. I think if alone time is important to you and you're a school principal, okay, where do you find that? Because you cannot go 8 hours in the course of a day. If that's something that brings you energy, you can't go 8 hours with people all the time, right? So where do you find space to do that, and how do you do that? That connects, I think, a lot of this conversation from this morning to this afternoon.
which is a really good segue into just saying, a lot of times people think resiliency is like an inherent trait, but it's not. It is something that can be taught, it can be learned, it can be strengthened. So I like what Bobby said, like there are some areas that she wants to work on. There are some things that we can do. So resiliency, we usually think about that bouncing back capacity, right? Shirley and I were trained by Dr. Amy Cunningham out of Texas. And one of the things she said is a lot of times we give our family the burnt cookies. You know what that means, right? Like we make cookies for like the church potluck or whatever, and the ones that turn out really pretty and they're really nice, we put those in our Tupperware dish and we take them to the potluck with our name on it. But who eats the burnt cookies? We give those to our family, right? We do that with our energy as well, don't we? We're going to have our best face and we're going to have all our energy and we're going to give it to our students, we're going to give it to our staff, we're going to give it to our boss. But what does our family get? What do we get? We eat the burnt cookies, don't we? And what we want to do is we want to set aside some of those really pretty good cookies for ourselves too. So resiliency is a practice, it's a habit. One of the books that you'll have a choice on is really going to talk about habits. We're going to be focused on some pillars. That's the training that we got. You might hear it called resiliency tools, you might hear it called resiliency habits, resiliency practices. These are the 6 pillars that we're going to kind of focus on. So you might want to just be thinking about, okay, how am I going to incorporate this into who I am? Because all of these 6 really make up a human being. And when I was teaching counseling with my students, of course with elementary you always had to have hand motions, right? So we would say physical, we'd stand up, point to our body, and then we'd say mental and emotional and social and spiritual. All of those things make up who we are, and they're so interconnected. I don't really know if I like even the word pillars, because it's almost like it's fluid, right? Like you mix the red dye and the purple dye and the green dye, they're all mixing together. You can't really separate one. You can't really pull it out. They're all interconnected. If we have a deficiency in one area, it's going to affect all areas. So if we say, okay, physically I'm well, but socially I'm not, it's eventually going to affect our physical life, right? Stress affects our physical bodies. We know that physically, that's where we kind of hold stress. Our body holds stress. Do you all know where your body holds it? I know where mine does. I have 2 points right back here that my body holds stress. My sweet husband retired after 27 years in public school teaching middle school science. And long story, but he ended up going back to school and now works with physical therapy. One of the things he had to do when he was in physical therapy school was they had to learn different ways of massage. I was like, okay, I'll be your, I'll be glad to be your test subject. So he's like, man, you got 2 knots right here. That's where I hold my stress. Do you know where you hold yours? Anybody shoulders? Neck? Okay, we need to identify those areas of our body because that's where we're going to hold that stress. And here are just some examples of things. If this is an area where you say, man, this is part of me that may not be working at its full potential. Are you sleeping? We think about, I don't have time to sleep. And when we go on vacation, like I'll sleep when we get home. Like I want to have every minute here, right? We do that with work sometimes too. Like I don't have time to sleep. I got to stay until 10 or 11. And Shirley, I think we're going to talk about boundaries. We have to have some boundaries in our life. And physically, we need some boundaries. We want to make sure that we're eating the right things, that we're taking some time. One of the words, when Chase was talking this morning, I kept thinking about how this all does really fit together. And it's that intentionality, deliberate. We cannot just go along. We have to have intentionality. When you are in a leadership position, you have so many people that need so much from you. And then you go home, and I guarantee you have people probably that need things from you there too, right? So you have to make sure that you have your strength so that you can give to others. I like power stance. Sherlyn, do you want to talk about power stance?
Well, the power stance, a lot of people think about it like Wonder Woman. That power power stance of, when you're standing there and you're, let's all do it. Can we do it?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, everybody stand up.
We need to.
We've been sitting, okay, all day. Come on. So when you're standing, you put your legs apart about shoulder length. Put your hands, put usually in a fist on your hips, and you just kind of stand there real straight, and then take a couple of deep breaths in, real slow, and then out. You do that a couple of times, and I don't know, it just kind of just gives you that little oomph.
And you might even use some positive self-talk while you're doing this, like, I'm strong. I'm a rock star. And if you do this before some of your critical conversations, before somebody walks in your room, because I know what you all do, mine does it too. Your heart starts racing, your breathing gets a little bit labored, because I'm getting ready to have this conversation, I don't know what's going to happen. Right before they walk in, shut your door and just stand there and say, I am strong.
Right after that mind sweep.
Yes, after your mind sweep. I can do this. That positive self-talk, because what happens is we have a lot of negative voices in our head. Are you sure you can do this? They're going to think you're kind of arrogant. You're nobody. You did the same thing when you were in staff meetings. Some of those, anybody have those negative voices? We do. And we've got so many negative voices coming from the outside, we don't need any from the inside. So, all right, you can have a seat. One of the things I love is psychological resistance. I love connecting all these pieces of who I am. And when we talk about physical well-being and psychological well-being and all these resiliency factors, these resiliency habits, for me, a lot of mine is spiritual. It's my faith. And the Bible even talks about this. It says, take your thoughts captive, right? That's what we're doing with psychological resilience. We're taking our thoughts captive. We're saying, you know what, right now I'm not going to let that thought come in. I know it's back there. I might even write it down. I like the way Chase did that this morning. I might write that down. That's a thought I have. But I'm not going to let that consume me right now. So I'm gonna do some self-regulating. I'm gonna be looking for the positive. There's so much research about having a gratitude journal, about having a gratitude practice. Anybody in here have a gratitude practice? Awesome. Just, if you want to use that same notebook like Bart was showing this morning, at the end of every day, write down 3 things you're thankful for. Do that with your family. Push your kids a little bit to do that. For me, with my kids, my own children, when we would come home and we have supper together, which we tried to do a lot, my husband coached, I helped coach a couple of years, and a lot of times we might have supper at McDonald's in the car, but we still were together. So we would have an attitude of gratitude, and we might say, okay, instead of saying, how was your day, which what do kids always say? Fine. What'd you learn? Nothing. So instead of doing that, say hi and low. Tell me the best parts of your day. I can't think of anything. Well, you have to. We're just not going to stare at you until you do. Tell me the best parts of your day. Maybe have 3. And then if they want to share the worst parts, let them share that too, but you don't have to do that. You have to pick out something good. In the worst days of my life, I could pick out something good. Think about the worst days of your life, and I don't want you to focus on that, but I bet there was something you could be thankful for that day. So if we keep that attitude of optimism and we practice, and listen, you may think, well, I'm just not this kind of person. These are traits, these are habits that we can learn, that we can practice. And sometimes it's that intentionality. Okay, what I do, and I told Sherman, I have to set alarms on my phone. Anybody else set alarms on your phone for everything? Like buying the dog food? It's an alarm on my phone. I have to have an alarm on my phone. Jot down 3 things you're thankful for. Do it at 6 o'clock every night. Do it at 9 o'clock every night. If you don't want to jot them down, tell them to somebody. Find somebody that you trust and just text them. I want to text you every night and tell you 3 things I'm thankful for. A lot of these really tie into what we've already heard this morning. Setting a goal with a purpose. Making a commitment to fulfill. Changing your routine a little bit. Doing things that stretch you. Maybe doing something that you had always wanted to do, but you haven't done yet. Set a goal to try that. Reframing is a really important thing. My husband always reminds me of this. Like I'll say, I have to do this. No, you get to do that. Right? Anybody else change it to I have to I get to? We had a time period in our lives, our son had a brain tumor 8 years ago. So there was a time period like I didn't go to any meetings. I didn't do anything. That was all we were consumed in. So now sometimes I say, oh, this was a bad day. It's like, no, you've had a bad day. This was not a bad day. This might have been a bad hour of the day, a bad minute of the day, but it wasn't a bad day. Tell me something good. My son's in remission now, by the way, so that's good. All right, emotional resistance or resilience. This is a hard one for some people. Like, I don't really want to talk about my feelings, right? But think about this, laughter. Just laughing. Get stressed out, watch a cat video, right? YouTube, crazy cat videos. Something that makes you laugh. That gratitude journal is so, so important. And then just savoring the moment. I've noticed that there are times now that I'll get home after an event or something, and I'll like, I didn't take a single picture. We had an event here, Brad and the Star Grant, we had an event last Tuesday that was phenomenal. We had a speaker come in and just tell a story of resiliency of her. She was a school counselor, is a school counselor in Cheatham County, Tennessee, and actually had a student with a loaded gun in her office. She wrote a book called Saving Sycamore. You might want to check that out. It was really good. So Molly Hutchins came and spoke, and she, captivated everybody for 2 hours. And afterwards, I thought, I didn't take a single picture. I didn't take a video. I didn't take a picture. Why not? I was savoring the moment right then. So when you get home from something that you maybe planned, maybe a birthday party, you think, I didn't take a single picture. Man, I really enjoyed it. I savored that moment instead of sitting back trying to take pictures. All I did was get on Twitter and steal other people's pictures. That always worked too. Maybe even crying. Crying releases some of that anxiousness that we might carry in our bodies. So even crying sometimes, go watch Steel Magnolias. You need a stress reliever, go watch Steel Magnolias. You're going to cry, I guarantee it. Social resilience, I don't know why I keep saying resistance, but social resilience, we want to be thinking about how can I increase the positive connections I have with people. Look at this list. One of them is that physical touch, where we find comfort. Some people are like, I'm not a hugger. That's okay. Maybe just a hand on your shoulder, maybe a fist bump. This is the part of COVID that we really, really missed. A lot of people really struggled. And they thought, well, I'm not a hugger. It wasn't that kind of physical touch that I missed. It's just having contact with people, having that connection with people. And being authentic is really important with our social connections as well. I always look at like social media, people my age, and they've got the filters on. I'm like, you got wrinkles. Don't put that filter on. I know what year you graduated. But we want to be authentic with people. We want to be able to share things. That's what's so good about this leadership group, because you're going to be grouped with people who are in very similar situations, and you might not feel like you can be completely authentic in the workplace, but with this group, I hope that you'll find that comfort with being vulnerable and saying, you know what, I'm really struggling with those critical conversations, or I'm really struggling with managing my time. I'm really struggling with this. And we can be authentic with each other, which builds more of that social resilience. And then our workplace resilience. We don't want to just focus on workplace, but it's definitely a huge part of our lives. So we want to think about, okay, how can I maybe limit my trauma exposure? Maybe limit my exposure just hearing other people's problems all the time. I love some of the advice that Chase gave. You're going to be heading off some of those issues whenever you have a good system in place. You're not going to be putting out fires all the time. because you're gonna have a system by which you can have those alleviated, sometimes on their own, with the right system in place. Maybe just reading a book, that's what the book studies are so important. That's gonna help your continuing education. Self-care, we're gonna spend some time talking about self-care and being a resilient leader. Spiritual resilience, we don't wanna forget that part of who we are. And we wanna make sure that we take time, regardless of our faith, we wanna make sure that every day we take time just to have a moment to realize that we're not just physical beings. Regardless of your faith practice, we all have a spiritual part of who we are. And that's kind of where we get our why. Like, why am I here? Not why am I an educator, but why am I here? You know, that's a great question. What's my purpose? What direction do I need to go to really feel fulfilled? And then, of course, generosity. When we're feeling like, okay, I'm having that stressful moment, when we go do something for someone else, a lot of times that helps make us feel better, doesn't it? Just giving of ourselves, being generous. And then taking some time every day, and I like chocolate meditation, because I like chocolate. But it's just savoring. Get a little Hershey's Kiss. I should have done that today, shouldn't I? I should have put one on your table right now. And just put it in your mouth and just savor it. And as long as it lasts, try to have complete silence. Try to have quiet for as long, and don't bite it and swallow it right away. But just savor it. Try that with a piece of chocolate. All right, so which pillar, if you're looking at these 6, do you feel like, and this doesn't correlate exactly with the inventory that you just took, and Sherlyn told you there's several different inventories out there, they're available, but just of the 6 that we talked about, think about where you want to spend some time working. And what we'll do, February 18th, we will meet back together and we'll revisit this topic, and we'll look at resiliency. We'll look at maybe, have we done anything in one of these areas to maybe change our practice, to change our habits? Do we feel more comfortable in one area than we did before? Are we seeing more connection between these 6 pillars?
So the next part is, you know, we've talked about resilience, we've talked about communication, we've talked about organizational strategies today. So how can you be a resilient leader? And one of the things is, you know, coming up with a set direction, whether it's your mission and vision, and I know that most schools and districts have that, but you might even set one for personal. You might even think that, you know, this is going to be a different year, so maybe I want to set one just for this year. Be transparent and honest with your, you know, with your staff. You're not going to know all the answers. You might not even know them. You know, it could change at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But be open with them. Let them know this is the way it is right now. This is how we're going to do it. This is what we think. And just let them know that. Because sometimes, especially if you're in a district and one school is sharing and another school isn't, then sometimes they start feeling that you're trying to hide something. Set some boundaries. You know, one of the things that Bart talks about a lot is that when you were in Russellville, you talked about the 6 to 6, where unless it was an emergency, he didn't send out any emails or any communications from 6 p.m. that night to 6 a.m. that morning. So you knew not to work, you know, that you weren't going to receive anything. I had to start, you know, when we shut down in March, you know, we were told that we needed to be available from 8 to 3. So I was available, but I was at a high school. So our high school students didn't wake up until 2 o'clock. And so then I had a choice. Do I not reply to email until the next day, and then I have to wait for them to reply that night, and then I have to wait till the next day? Well, that's not what I did. I ended up working a lot of days from 7:30 in the morning till 11:30 at night, because the kids would keep, you know, emailing, and I felt like every time I heard a little ding or a little vibration, you know, I had to like reply because I needed to know, or if they wanted to do a Google Meet or whatever. And so when we started back when school started back this last year, I had to turn it off at 8:30. I was like, you know, I know we've got students at home. I know that we have students, you know, coming in, you know, 2 days a week, but I had to turn it off. And so what I ended up doing is 8:30, 9 o'clock, I put my phone on my charger in my room, and I don't even look at it. I I take my watch off because I was kind of starting to cheat, where I had my phone up, but then my watch would go off and I'd be like, and so I started doing that, and then, you know, like I wake up the next morning and then I have all of these emails and everything and texts from my friends, and they're like, Charlotte, what's going on? Why aren't you replying? And so now they understand that from 8:30, 9 o'clock, my phone is up, and unless you're one of my immediate family, my phone does not ring. I have it set where they can, you know, get through, got past that. Make sure that you coach your team members, you know, boost their confidence. Reframe challenges to opportunities. Make sure that you reflect and learn and of what's going on. Have different moments. You know, I love when Chase was talking about, you know, having a rotation when you're talking to your staff. That way that you're constantly reflecting and learning of what they're doing. Create a culture of mutual respect, trust and respect. I think that is huge. That's part of that communication that Kelly was going over today. Keep an eye on each other for moral support. You know, a lot of you are new in your roles, whether it's, you know, you started last year or you're starting this year. So make sure that you connect to those people who know the rest of the staff. So whether it's you're an administrator in a school, make sure that you have those connections with other administrators. Maybe you have those connections with front office staff, your team leaders, and so that way they can let you know if they see that other people on their team is struggling, they can come to you for support. And then just make sure that they see you doing self-care. You know, we want to model as much as we possibly can. And some of the things that we're going to do, you can go ahead and move it. So some of the things are some practical practices. And so one of the teachers, I think she was in Davis County, actually she was a principal, they talked about doing timeout, tap out. And so what it is, does anybody here, y'all do this in your school district? Awesome. So it's amazing. So if a teacher just needs like a couple of minutes, whether it's, you know, a student is hitting that limit, whatever it might be, but the teacher needs time. So they will text the principal, and they have a group text. And so they will text, and somebody on that team, whether it is the principal, the assistant principal, the school counselor, any of those in those roles will get a text, and they will reply, I'm on my way. Whoever can do it at that moment. They come in, they relieve that person. And so there's no question, there's no guilt, there's nothing during that time. So I love that aspect of it, if that's something that you can do. There's the set boundaries. There's several here that's on there. One that we did last year was this Google form, and it's very simple. We just did a Google form, and we asked all the staff and faculty, you know, what are your favorite treats? What are your favorite snacks, your favorite drink, school appropriate? Okay, so all of those things we asked, and so throughout the year, if, you know, somebody came in and said, hey, you know, so-and-so's having a really bad day, you know, the next day out, you know, one of us would go and we would get a little bag and we would take it and we would have it as a surprise for that person when they came in the next day. And they would have all of their favorite things. You know, I try to do it, I did it by, the way I did it was I did it by grade level or content level sometimes. So our science department had to do morning duty all year long. So they were my first group that I rewarded last year, just because they had to be there at 7 o'clock every morning. So, so you can do different things, but you know, some of the things that Linda just talked about, the gratitude journal is on there, kind of watching your, monitoring your compassion fatigue, you know, doing some of those inventories, being aware. Having a self-care buddy is huge, making sure that you rely on somebody. And so Linda's going to lead us in a relaxation exercise.
Well, if we have time. There's just a few that I want to kind of go over that you can do at any time. Volcano breathing, we would do this a lot, and I don't know if you've ever seen like ash falling from the sky, but it falls really, really slowly, right? So we would do volcano breathing, and I did this the first 5 minutes of every counseling class that I did, just to kind of set the tone for the day. We might do, you could do this at the beginning of faculty meetings, just to maybe, some people do maybe a mindful moment kind of activity, a guided imagery or something, but just something where you take just a few minutes. You're modeling that for your staff, but you're also giving yourself a chance to really get in the mindset. So we would take a deep breath and we would go up with our hands, and we inhale, and then as we exhale, we let our hands fall really slowly. You can do this standing or sitting, but I just want us just to take a moment, and we're gonna inhale with our hands going up, and then we're gonna exhale. We're just gonna, like ash falling really slow. So if you wanna stand, to me, it's better to stand to do this. Sometimes students would do it. We taught this so much that I had, during K-Prep, when I'd be looking in the doors and seeing kids testing, I'd see kids in the back going. All right, everybody ready? Inhale. Stretch, and then exhale. Slowly, you want the ash to fall slowly, so you're gonna keep blowing out, keep blowing out, keep blowing out. And the reason you're doing that is because you're taking all that used up oxygen that has some crummy stuff in it, and you're getting it out. And so the next breath you take is gonna be more oxygen. Ready? So you gotta do it at least twice. Okay, ready? I tell you what this would actually do is I would start every counseling class with this, and I would have students, and I would pick a couple, maybe even some of my stinkers, and say, you know what, you did such a great job with volcano breathing today, would you lead it for the class? And have them lead it. Sometimes they, they might act a little silly, but they love to be able to lead that practice for the rest of the class. And even if I had a stinker who was crawling on the floor, I would just close my eyes and go ahead and just breathe. It would help me, if nothing else. So it's a great practice to get in now. Before, when we were doing Zoom meetings, before I did a Zoom meeting, I did two things. I did some of those deep breathing, and then I would put on some kind of crazy rock music, and I would just dance for like 2 minutes. Just a way to loosen up, get ready. Those are practices that are going to help us become more resilient, being able to bounce back. Listen, guys, hopefully nobody has had situations like I haven't, but I guarantee you've had something. If you haven't had a difficult time, get ready, because you will. We're humans, we live on earth. We're going to have difficulty. So the more resilient we can become in all areas of our life, we're going to be better at all the areas that we're in charge of, that we're leaders of. So here's just a bunch of them. Some of them are the things that the military uses, like the box breathing. They do where they just kind of trace a box with their finger as they inhale and exhale. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 grounding is an activity that just makes them, just take a couple minutes and maybe think about 5 things you see, and you can do this with your staff. You can do it as yourself. Okay, what am I seeing right now? What are some things I can see? And then you might think, okay, what are some 4 things that I hear? What are 3 things that I feel? Maybe that I'm actually, maybe my sweater on my arm. And then you go through what you can taste, what you can smell. Guided imagery, there's even some apps for this. Anybody have the Calm app on your phone? There's an app called Calm. And it used to be free for educators. Is it still free? Okay, good. So the Calm app will walk you through it. Anybody have an Apple Watch that will tell you when to breathe? When the first time that came on, I thought, I know I'm supposed to be breathing, but if you haven't done it, walk through it with your iPhone, with your Apple Watch, because it kind of leads you through a guided breathing. And sometimes we need that, especially when we're working from home and when we're, like Shirley said, you're working long hours and you don't want to take time for yourself. Remember, what you're doing is you're eating the burnt cookies. So give yourself the benefit of doing some self-care practices. All right, so what are some challenges? What's keeping us from doing this? Sometimes it's just time. We have to be like Chase said, I love what he talked about, being intentional, being deliberate, setting aside time for yourself. Sometimes people feel guilty, like, I can't really just focus on me right now. I have all these other people that need me. Remember the oxygen mask first, what the stewardess always says when you're flying. You have to put yours on before you can help anyone else, and that's really true. And then sometimes you think, well, I don't want to seem weak, like I'm struggling, like I'm having a hard time. At first, I hated to admit that I broke down crying on my custodian. But then I realized that's an important lesson that I learned about myself. And I really thought I was fine. We have to be able to recognize those signs within us when we get when we get to that point that we need our self-care plan. What kind of cues does your body give you? Is it the fatigue? Is it some of the things that Sherlyn talked about? Is it maybe irritability? You start snapping at people? Is it where you just feel like you just want to check out? Think about how your body is responding to stress. And then maybe just lacking those models. So that's what's going to be important about this leadership group. We'll have some of those models. So the last thing is, I don't know if we're saying this right, Shirley and I have both struggled on it, but kintsugi is a Japanese art, and it takes broken pieces of pottery or gold or any kind of, I'm sorry, not gold. It uses gold and silver to meld them together. So maybe it's broken piece of glass or pottery or some kind of ceramics. And they take this and they mold it back together. And to them it's beautiful. It creates something beautiful out of something that's broken. And that's really what resiliency is, isn't it? Because we all have moments, days, minutes, maybe it's a season of our life that we feel like, man, I'm struggling right now. But we can meld those together and make something beautiful. So a lot of times it's that collective trauma like we've been through this past year, and we kind of go through that together. Sometimes it might be personal, sometimes it might be things that people see and hear, and then other times it may be completely private. Nobody knows we're struggling with something. So just remember that even though when we're broken, we can still, with the right practices, come back together and be even more beautiful. So there's our contact information. If you ever need anything, we're on the GRREC listserv, and Shirley and I, either one, would be happy to help you or give you some resources. We went through this really, really fast today, but we hope that you got something out of it.
Good job. We have some things to wrap up, some reflections to do, some book choices. And I would love to get you out of here a little bit before 3:30. So if you could just, we're in the home stretch. I'll go back to this thing. So for starters, I want to go back to this one more time, and then don't let me forget, I'll put you in charge. You're in charge, man. In a minute, or in a few minutes, we're going to come back together with our initial purple, green, and blue buddies that we started today with. And the purple people are going to share something. The purple person in your group, the Barney, is going to share something. Some of you guys are too young, you know what I'm talking about. The purple person in your group is going to share something that resonated with them or that they took from the organization systems presentation this morning. The blue person in the group is going to take something they got from the communication session and share that to the group. And the green card person in the group is going to share something they got from the resiliency session to the group. We're doing that one to come back together one more time with your buddies, your triumvirates that you started today with. A more practical reason to do it is make sure you physically take the card and leave it on the table, because it would be just, I mean, it would just, I could see people getting home with the folder and be like, oh, I got my still stuck in my folder. So we'll do that in a few minutes. So Brandon, as soon as I get done with this part, you remind me, hey, don't forget to try them. All right. You started doing this online. I think we had a little bit of hang up on some of the online stuff. Please do this when you get back. Please understand that online, it's either a checkbox or you leave it empty. There's no asterisks or question marks or X's. And you may wonder why we added this. Coach Fromeyer and I were talking in the back, and he said, did you add these other indicators? I said, yeah, for a couple of reasons. Number one, let me say, please, we're all students. A lot of us went to education because we liked school, so we like to please a teacher. You are the teacher in this one. You don't have to please anybody. Don't go trying to check all 40 boxes, okay? Don't be doing that. Be truthful with yourself. And I don't know what it's like. I get at least 8 hours of sleep each night. I can't check that box. But if some of you, like, that's a regular thing you try to do, and every once in a while you had a bad night's sleep, or every once in a while you had a ball game and then get back till midnight. But Candy, my spouse, she does a pretty good job, like around 10 o'clock, she's like, all right, shut it down, because she has to get up really early to go to work the next morning. So I think she could probably check it. So it doesn't have to be like a 100% thing to check it, in my opinion, either. An asterisk, I might put an asterisk on physical energy. I eat well, including at least 5 servings of fruit and vegetables daily. There's no way I can put a check on it. Putting an asterisk is probably a stretch. I don't need to put a question mark. I get it. In emotional energy, there's one that says, in spiritual energies, there's one that says, I have a daily gratitude practice. I put a question mark on this about 4 months ago when we did this, because I didn't really know exactly what that meant. I was like, that sounds interesting. I think I'd like to do it, but I'm not sure, so I put a question mark. And I put an X on some, and it's okay. Just put an X on the ones that you know are not for you, that you'll never do. Just put an X there. It's okay. All right? So those are some things in thinking about that. I'd encourage you to do this with your team sometime, to talk to them about resilience, about how important it is. That, you got those people like, COVID's over, we just got to go back to it. We were going 200 miles an hour during COVID last year in school. Now we got to just come back and try to help them understand how important it is that they practice self-care. All right? You heard about all these. Did we hear about all these at lunch or not? Go fast. I have a bibliophile. I looked it up this morning to make sure I wasn't saying anything wrong there. I love reading. I can't get enough books. Just got done. I read for pleasure. I could double, triple check that box. When I have time, I read for pleasure, fiction, and I love it. Just read Kristen Hanna, The Four Winds. Anybody read that this summer? Set in the Great Depression, and I loved it. Loved it. It was powerful. A lot of powerful messages in that story about resilience, right? Wow. So anyway, I read for pleasure, but I like reading work books also, books for work, I should say. Essentialism, Chase, anything you want to say about that?
No, I think it's a good approach. If you try to figure out like how you say no to things and what are some things maybe that you need to, you got a lot of things going on and you really need to focus in. I think he's got a lot of really practical ways to try to do things like that. So
It says, have you ever found yourself stretched too thin? Yes. Do you simultaneously feel overworked and underutilized sometimes? Are you often busy but not productive? There's those words again,
Yeah, he was a professor at Stanford School of Design, but it's a good read.
Be where your feet are is easy. I read it on vacation. 7 principles to keep you grounded, present, and thriving. One of those is assume positive intent. There's a chapter in there that's called API. If you want to write down that acronym. It goes a long way when you're meeting with someone. Assume positive intent on parents' part that you talk to this year. Sometimes we get cynical. Like, oh my gosh, you're going to come here and just rip the teacher. Assume positive intent, and the conversation will probably go better in that case. I practiced that in the last 2 weeks on a particular business situation, and it's gone much better for me since then. At first, I assumed they were trying to get something over on me. That's not assuming positive intent, and it wasn't going that well, and I kind of changed my attitude. Second mountain, if you're more like philosophical than like workbook or stepping through the steps, this is about second mountain, the quest for a moral life. He talks about that first mountain you're climbing as a new leader. Maybe that's an award for your school or a championship for your sports team, and then you realize when you get to the top of the first mountain that's nice, but there's more to it than that even. So the second mountain is about climbing one that's going to leave a lasting legacy, I guess, a longer lasting legacy.
He used this imagery of 30-year eyes, which is really powerful, where he talks about he doesn't say leaders, he says people, but he uses neighbors, I think is his terminology, but they have 30-year eyes. They plant trees that they'll never enjoy the shade. Makes you think really long term about like the legacy and impact that
Crucial Conversations. This is not connected to entree leadership, not connected to the tough conversations. This is one we read in Jessamine County about 10 years back. Char Williams led us through that year. It's a really nice thing written by educators, I believe, talking about how to have those, you know. So a guide, if you want a guide to that, in addition to what we did today, you might choose that one. Getting things done, this is the textbook, or so to speak. This is like 200 pages, and it dives deep into getting things done. And then I ordered one of these. I haven't gone through it yet. I gave it to my 23-year-old son yesterday for his birthday, and I said, I got to borrow your gift and take it back to work today. This is the workbook version. 10 moves to stress-free productivity. There's a place in there about doing a mind sweep. There's a lot of good quotes in there. Some of them we shared today. The way to get anything under control, whether it's your kitchen, your company, or your consciousness, is to capture, clarify, organize, reflect, and engage with. So we're not going to order both these for you. If you say, I won't get things done, but I want the book version, I want the textbook version, I won't get things done, but I want the workbook version. Is that in the evaluation like that? Oh, you're awesome, Kelly. That was the first time we said that day. And then onward, you all, Bobby and Grace, want to speak about this briefly because they are doing some leading on this at GRREC this year.
The Onward book is authored by Elena Aguilar. She has also authored the book, The Art of Coaching and the Art of Coaching Teams. So if a lot of us are involved in any capacity when it comes to coaching other educators, this one focuses specifically on boosting the emotional resilience of educators.
Cultivating emotional resilience in educators. And then tell them about the book study.
The book study, we have it laid out to where every month we'll meet for a month because the way the book is laid out, every month it focuses on a habit and a disposition of a resilient person. So we'll just kind of dig in a little deeper every month, and we'll meet every month after reading a chapter. So you get to be in small groups and breakout sessions and just have a discussion about your learning and your peers' learning. A lot of the participants in this Onward PD study are either school leaders, district leaders, and school counselors, those that are involved in coaching.
I could pick this book and not participate in the book study. Like I get this book for our coaching pilot program, I can pick it and read it. But if I picked it and wanted to read it and wanted to join the book study, I can also do that. Okay. So, giving student choice, trying to model the fact that for your students, you like when they have student choice on projects, you get choice in your evaluation, you have a chance to pick which one of those you want to do. Kelly, what else?
They need to complete their evaluation.
Okay.
It's on the next slide.
Okay. We're not doing Coach Meets live today. Coach Fro is the only coach left with us live at this point. We will assign you, and your coach will be contacting you in the next week or two, setting up a schedule with you. Also, Kelly, when we do this, I want to go back to the dates. Did we get those? I mean, they're on that very first slide this morning, right? They're on one of the slides.
Actually, why don't, while they're completing their evaluation, why don't I just make a copy of that slide for everyone, and they'll have a paper copy of that, and then we'll share out the presentation as well. Would you like me to do that?
Yeah, so here's what's going to happen once you start the evaluation. I know you're going to do it and head out, and that's all good. You've been like, you've taken a wealth of information in today. I'm tired, and I wasn't even sitting in your seats all day. So you've hung in there like no other. The people who are joining us in this endeavor, they're going to have a busy 1 hour Zoom session. We've recorded some things, so they may get to watch those. But if you're going back to a school, Webster County, it might help if you all had a meeting with your other folks, maybe in addition to our Zoom or whatever. We'll be doing that Zoom probably towards the end of the month. One more thing, if you go back to your school and you're like, man, so-and-so, you're probably sitting here today like, so-and-so would love this. So-and-so would love to be part of this. We don't really think it's too late because obviously we're going to do a Zoom with some people that weren't here today. So if you find that, you can email me, you can have the person email me, and we'll explain to them what it would take to get involved in the program. We don't have that many spots left because we're pretty close to 45. I think we got 40 people already. I'm not saying we wouldn't go slightly past 45, as long as we get the individual coaches that can put the time in. So if you know somebody else, and I wanna share this with them, that'd be okay with us. Coach Fromeyer, anything?
Looks like a great program. I think it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, got a good group to do it with, on this pilot venture. Kelly or Brandon, how should they do the get together now? Should they do the evaluation first? Are y'all doing your evaluation on your phones? I think in devices. How about this? Get your evaluation done. Stand up with your card, and you don't have to go back with your triumvirate from this morning. Just stand up and get a purple, blue, and green together and do your share out. And if you need anything else from us, see us, and if not, hit the road. I know you're ready. Thank you all so much for your day. This has been a fun, I feel like productive day. Thanks.